at the end of time.
O'clock.
Hey everybody, it's Wednesday. Here we are once again doing another true crime show.
Yeah, we got pictures too.
I did actually remember
Got pictures.
to do victim pictures this time.
I gotta start reminding Jen because last show, not this show, but show back, said, "Man, get some pictures."
Yeah,
No, that was of
when we did the
and
Mae
all that.
West and Louise Brooks show.
Yeah.
And it's like I've had a couple people ask me too. It's like, oh, can you put up pictures and stuff? And sometimes I will if I remember, but sometimes I forget or I just get too busy.
So she asked me to keep reminding her.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it doesn't take that long. If she's busy,
No.
but it doesn't take that long.
As
to
long
get
as it's
pictures.
not a million things. I mean, this
Right.
guy was a serial killer. He killed 4 people that they know of. So I'm like, okay, so that wasn't that that hard, like finding 4 pictures, but yeah, this guy, it's interestingly, I don't think any of you guys recommended this. I came across this guy every now and then. I'll come across an article like serial killers you've probably never heard of. And I was like, I'll take that challenge. You know what I mean? Because that's how I do. So I went on the list, and indeed, this was the only guy on there that I hadn't heard of. Although I'm pretty sure this guy, or someone playing this guy, was on an episode or 2 of Mindhunter. Although I don't remember who played him. But I think they did mention him.
I think I saw Mindhunter.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
I think they did mention him. And I've also heard it said that he was a partial inspiration for Buffalo Bill in Silence of the Lambs. Although I think that was mostly Ed Gein, you know? Because I mean, Ed Gein, he's like the fucking gift that keeps on giving, right? He's like, he was the inspiration for so many fictional Leatherface and Norman Bates and all that kind of shit. This dude did do some Buffalo Bill-y kind of shit.
Yeah.
And also some pre-Ted Bundy kind of shit. But this was like late 60s. Did Ted Bundy start in the 70s, right? Although
Yeah, I
maybe
think he did.
Did it stretch back to the late 60s?
Could have been late 60s, but...
Because this guy, well, the ones that they know he killed was over kind of like about a 16-month period in like 1968, 1969. But he was doing shit from when he was a kid. And the thing about it, so they call him the Shoe Fetish Slayer or the Lust Killer. I've also seen him called that. And the thing about it, and I watched like a few documentaries about him and stuff like that, and obviously the fact that he had a fetish, like most people have a fetish, it's not weird. And the fetish that he had is not weird. It's just that this is one of the guys that I'm wondering if he had grown up in a different era or with an different upbringing, would he have turned out as monumentally fucked up as he turned out? Not sure.
Yeah, I don't
He
know
might
either.
have still been a monster.
This is actually the first time I've been hearing about this case, so you know, what I mean, I can throw my 2 cents in, but when I hear the case, maybe I can come up with that. But in general, a lot of dudes that were serial killers of the past probably wouldn't have turned out that way in a kind of a little bit more of an open, in terms of, well, here's the thing. When you say open society, you would think that, well, if you're sexually permissive, then nothing bad happens. No, the 60s and the 70s were pretty sexually permissive. It's just that you still had some of these kinky ass fuckers. And then on the other side, you can say, well, a restrictive society, like somewhere in Saudi Arabia or something, it doesn't happen. Yeah, it doesn't happen because all the women are locked up.
Yeah.
They can't go anywhere. So having an open society where you have women just walking around there, yeah, you're going to have this kind of shit happening. But the nature of the fucking crime has kind of changed. There aren't as many serial killers as there used to be, the ones that do real bizarre shit. And I think it had a lot to do with lead poisoning. And
Yeah, I was, you know what? I was reading an article. I meant to send it to you and I forgot. There was an article in Forbes. I think it was from a couple years back, but it was like a long deep dive into that exact thing, like why crime was so bad and why it took such a deep dive like in the 90s. Yeah. And they were speculating that lead gasoline probably had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, that, and you have an open society where sex is going on, but you also have a lot of sexual stupidity. You have dudes who they're on, you know what I mean? They don't have very good influences and an upbringing on how to deal with women or how to deal with sex. So these weird fetishes can kind of mesh in with hatred of women, and they go out and do weird shit with them.
And that totally, this guy is like the textbook case of that, pretty much.
Yeah.
And he was kind of one of the first ones that they called like a lust killer or a fetish style killer, or at least it was recognized as such.
It's dudes that have access to women, but the women don't approve of them, but they have physical access to them. They're rejected. Women reject them, but they want women, but they hate them.
Yeah.
So, and then there's something wrong with them to where their inhibitions are lowered for one reason or another, be it lead poisoning or low IQ or just limited impulse control, where their drives and their fantasies are too strong. They go out and do it. And then I think a lot of it is ignorance. They don't really have a full view, full scope of the world and sexuality and how people are. They only have a real limited view of people, real shallow. It's almost kind of like a form of weird autism where they only think of themselves. They don't realize other people are people, or they do realize that people are people, but it's role. Every time I see these bitches in all of them, Ted Bundy, any of the ones that survived, and you see them recording, they always come off as LARPers, like they're LARPing as a bad guy, or LARPing as this and that. They seem artificial. Yeah. They're like wannabes. And I don't really think they're in a normal like state of reality. I don't think they have a real solid sense of self for being a person. I mean, Dennis Rader could kind of pass himself off as a normal person, but he was real uptight. There was something kind of two-dimensional about him. You know, he was trying to be an uptight, upstanding person.
Which is always who he was. Which is always a red flag.
Yeah.
Anybody that's trying to be like real, well, I don't swear and I don't do this and that and the other thing. I'm like,
yeah. And I've seen some of the the recordings that are out there, the videos of Charles Ying and fucking what was his partner's name? Fucking
Leonard Lake.
Leonard Lake. And they had a woman captive and they're telling her what she's gonna do, and they're recording it, and it's almost like a bad play. They don't really, it doesn't really seem like it's real. Yeah. And I think the girl didn't think it was real, but it was real. They had killed her baby. She just didn't know. Yeah. And he goes, well, yeah, I guess I got to go along with this. And they're like role playing. If I was there not knowing who these dudes were, or what they had just done and had been doing for a long time, I wouldn't think that these dudes were fucking serious. Yeah. Just because,
Well, like I said, I think because a lot of them are... Oh, the Shaby gave us a super chat. Thank you very much, the Shaby.
Getting some of that.
Excited for the show. I'm excited to have the chance to join. Thank you, guys.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, you're very welcome.
Getting some of that... Some of that fucking... What do they call that shit? Some of that polyamory money. That's what we're getting right there. Thank you, Shaby.
CB says, guys like this are why women at fetish bars are suspicious of people that like feet or shoes. Yeah, I mean, like I said, most people that probably like feet or shoes are probably fine, normal people, or normal-ish. Yeah. But, I mean, this guy had sexual problems, much like Dennis Rader.
When I see these guys, interviews with these guys, man, there's a certain vibe I get from them. And very rarely do I get that vibe from people that I run into, but every now and then I did. There's a dude who hangs out in the periphery of our scene who's a young guy who comes up and reports to me like I'm his dad. You know what? Didn't I get that? I'm sorry, we haven't seen him. And he has that vibe. I don't want him around me. I do whatever I can to get rid of him. He just has this really simpy wannabe role-playing kind of fake personality, and I'm like, this motherfucker's up to no good. There's just something about him. There's a weird vibe. And all these dudes have it.
Well, I wonder sometimes, is it because a lot of them are sociopaths? I
think it's a sociopathic vibe.
And so they're they have to pretend to be a normal person. Yeah. Because otherwise, if they just acted like they would act when they were on their own, then everyone would run screaming away from them.
Yeah.
You know, that's probably what it is.
So everybody with that vibe isn't a serial killer, but everybody with that vibe is a sociopath.
Yeah, and not like obviously not all sociopaths are serial killers,
But all serial killers are sociopaths.
Pretty much all serial killers are sociopaths. And the thing about it, like, or psychopaths, because it's not exactly the same thing. But you know, people that are sociopaths, you don't want to hang out with those people either.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Even if they're not serial killers, because they'll probably like fuck you over because they don't give a shit about you.
I'd rather deal with a psychopath versus a sociopath. Sociopaths are weaselly liars because they're negotiating with you from a position of weakness. Okay, they know that there's something wrong with them. They know
enough to know that they have to try to bamboozle you.
Yeah. Psychopaths are dominant. They don't even bother lying. They tell you who they are. You know.
Yeah, so it's probably like easier
to deal with. And a high functioning psychopath can go far in life. They run all these corporations. They fucking run the world. They just don't give a shit. They're dangerous. They're very dangerous. And they don't care. But to fucking get to very high levels of power in the world, you've got to be a psychopath. And a very organized, high-functioning psychopath. Or you won't be able to kill off your enemies and defeat all your competition and destroy all their businesses and their families and their lives. And you won't be able to make the decisions like, oh, well, I'm going to fucking cut these stocks and this. Yeah, millions of people will be out of work, but fuck them. You have to be like that. If I don't do it, somebody else would do it. So I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm going to make the profit. I couldn't do that kind of thinking.
No,
but a psychopath could.
Yeah, well, it's easy for them because, like I said, it's easy
when
you don't really give a fuck about anyone else.
Well, they're yourself. What they do is they kind of like rationalize it.
Of course they do.
If I pull this lever right here, I'll make a shit ton of money, and fucking millions of people will be out of work, and their families will go hungry and shit. But you know what? Fuck them, because if I don't pull that switch, somebody else will come along and pull the switch. So I don't want to make the money, not that other dude.
Yeah, that's exactly how they rationalize it.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
Even if they like admit to themselves, it's like, yeah, it's shitty, but you know,
if I don't do it, somebody
everyone's
else will.
shitty. If I, you know, I might as well, you know, reap the benefits.
Yeah, and if I don't do it and reap the benefits from it, my opponent will, and he's worse than me. So
yeah, they always have a justification.
Yep.
Always.
Yeah, it's about power dynamics. I totally understand it. I don't agree with it though.
I mean, damn me and my fucking conscience and empathy.
Oh, I can so much easier fuck over a person face to face because I hate them and we're in a conflict and they're threatening my friends and family. I'm gonna fuck you over.
Well, yeah.
But this fucking over invisible people and their whole families just because the market's changed. Oh well.
Oh well, fuck those people.
Yeah, fuck them people.
They're not me.
They'll adapt. Yeah. Right. And the ones who don't, they don't worry.
Don't care.
Yeah. They don't have what it takes to survive. They're disposable. They're fucking all the time, and new ones are born all the time. They're just replace them. And they at that level they see everybody as replaceable widgets. They're just units that they don't really care.
Yeah.
Well, sociopaths and psychopaths at this low level shit see other people like that, but face to face. Yeah, she's got some fucking awesome titties. She don't like me though, but if I abduct her, I can have access to her and I'll just kill her afterwards. That's.
And that's pretty much the thought process.
Yeah.
That they can just...
And some of them don't even have to be attracted to the woman so much. It's just, that's a woman. I'll fuck her over.
The wild thing about this guy, much like BTK, is that, like BTK, he had a wife and kids.
Yeah.
There is some, we'll get into it toward the end, there is some debate about how much his wife knew about it. I'm not sure where I fall on that. I don't think there's really enough evidence to make a judgment either way, but we will kind of get into that, because I'm kind of interested about how much she knew about it. She might not have known anything, because I kind of feel like a lot of serial killers that had wives, girlfriends, whatever, it's like, oh, well, they must have known. I'm like, not necessarily. It depended on what their life was like, what their relationship was like. It doesn't seem that strange to me, especially back in this era.
And back in this era, we're talking about pre-internet. For the average person, there was no social media. The average person really didn't know what was all that normal in the big scheme of things because they only knew the people that they knew. If you knew one person who killed some people, maybe you wouldn't really go, yeah, that's a serial killer, but I think that's common. You know what I mean? You don't know. Well, if I know him and he's doing it, then I guess everybody's doing it. So you don't have a good scope, which I think that's how some people got, like, how sidekicks got recruited and stuff. And now, I mean, we covered some of the French killers that during the Second World War killed a whole shit ton of people, but they thought he was part of the French resistance, so it was kind of like normalized killing people. So in the pre-internet era, people were easier it was easier for people to fool themselves into what was normal and what wasn't normal. They didn't have a very good perspective.
Yeah.
And now everybody knows what the fetishes are. Everybody knows what a serial killer is. Everybody knows how rare it is. So if you run into
not
one,
rare enough, sadly.
Yeah. But if you run into one, you go, "Oh, this motherfucker's a freak."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I gotta fucking do something about this. You know, I know what this is. This guy's a fucking serial killer.
I mean,
back in those days, they probably weren't real aware of what a serial killer was.
I was gonna say, to the credit of whatever establishment at the time that this guy was a kid, they did seem to recognize that something was the matter with him.
Yeah.
In my opinion, they didn't do enough. Because they probably thought, oh, fuck it, he'll grow out of it or something like that. Boys will be boys, that kind of shit. But they did do something. It wasn't kind of like a thing where, well, it just happened, or like he was acting weird and nobody did anything about it. Like, there were things done about it. Some things were swept under the rug, but there was stuff done about it even back when he was a kid.
Well,
in the 40s.
The angle I was going for is that back like in the 70s, serial killers knew about each other. They heard about each other. There was, even up in Canada in the Northeast, where the women were disappearing in certain areas. I kind of think that serial killers thought other serial killers were kind of common, and that, hey, this is just a thing. This is what we do. So I don't think they realized how odd it was.
Now I'm kind of wondering if they...
I think serial killers normalized their behavior.
I mean, you would.
Yeah, I think they thought, well, everybody does it. Everybody rapes people, and then everybody kills
them.
Come on,
it's not that weird.
Come on, it's not that strange.
Well, all terrible people do that.
Yeah.
Terrible people think everyone else is as terrible as they are.
Yeah.
That is not the case. But that's how they justify it, like you said. They're just like, well, everybody does shitty stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe I did something that was slightly more shitty.
Yeah, well, I wasn't all bad.
That's not that big a deal.
BTK thought he was good for the community.
That's what they're doing. They're just trying to justify their behavior to make them feel better about themselves. Because deep down, I think a lot of them do know what they're doing is horrible. But they're just trying to justify it by saying, oh, well, everybody does horrible stuff. Ted
Bundy knew that there were other serial killers, and he said they were all bottom feeders. So he thought they were jokes. He says, me, the girls I was killing, they were all beautiful. So, he saw himself as a higher in the order.
This guy never said anything like that, but the thing that reminded me about Ted Bundy, of Ted Bundy with this guy, was the fact that he also tended to go after kind of more... He didn't kill sex workers. He always went after kind of like students or women that at their jobs or something like that. Like, good-looking white women.
Yeah.
Who were kind of like middle class, like upper middle class.
Yeah, that's the way Ted Bundy was.
So
when they were showing him the victim, they didn't know who was killing him, just a victim profile. It actually turned out to be the Green River Killer. What's that fucker's name again? Fucking little. What was the Green River Killer's name?
I can't remember it right now.
Yeah, little Weasley fucker.
Yeah, I know.
He's looking at the victims, photographs of all the victims. He goes, "Oh yeah, sex workers. Yeah, and he's got black ones in here too. Yeah, he's a bottom feeder. He could never be like me. I went after the fucking upper class white women who were beautiful, who had money and shit. I wasn't into these fucking, sex workers and So this guy here, he's a scumbag. That's what he told me. He says, you be looking for a dude who's kind of a scumbag.
Which is kind of grimly hilarious to me that serial killers are
he thought he
casting aspersions on other serial killers for being scumbags.
Bundy saw
I'm like, you're all scumbags, right?
Bundy saw himself as a fucking...
I'm an elite serial killer.
Yeah, I'm a lawyer.
Okay.
Fucking shit like that. He was more like a fake lawyer, but...
Not like these plebe serial killers. What the fuck? Yeah.
He's low class. These are low class. That dude's low class.
Jesus Christ, I just can't even.
Yeah.
I just can't.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine that fucking the fucking mental hoops that you have to jump through to like get to that.
Yeah. Oh, he was fucking proud of his shit. He had a lot of fucking Bundy had swag.
Crazy.
When he was in prison, it said he had a lot of swag in jail. You know, after he got convicted,
yeah, he really fucking thought he was something.
He thought he was Don Juan.
Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ted Bundy also raped severed heads. So
yes.
Let's
body parts. And admitted to it.
Let's not forget.
And killed
that.
underage girls.
Let's not forget that. You know, not smooth, not handsome.
No.
Not cool.
Hey, we got a super chat.
Oh, I got way behind. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Bee's Nest.
What's up, Bees?
He said I got sexual problems.
He got sexual
I
problems.
mean, don't we all? Yeah.
Oh, well,
not like these
problem.
guys.
Yeah.
Tammy was talking about the podcast Behind the Bastards. Yeah, that's a great show. I've listened to a couple of them. I think I listened to what was that one? Whenever I usually listen to them, like if we're doing a show about the guy. I think I listened to some of the Andrew Tate one too.
Yeah, what was the Green River Killer's name? Drop in the comment section. We get.
Yeah, what I can't. I can see his fucking face,
yeah,
but I
his
can't.
little fucking glasses.
I can't fucking think of it.
Mr.
Right
fucking Magoo. Looking.
For some reason, I can't think
He's
of
a
it.
fucking
Gary
pussy.
Ridgway.
Gary Ridgway.
Yeah. I don't know why I couldn't think of that for the fucking life of me. Jen Allen says, "Ooh, I made the show for once." Yeah.
Who is that?
Jen Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like you haven't been here in a while. Yeah, CB is saying, my view is don't knock a fetish if you haven't tried it, with an exception for shit, or, yeah, I'm not really into the shit fetish. I mean, I guess it's not hurting anybody, but, ew. Are animals, they're in a fetish, that's just sick. Yeah, I mean, like I said, animals can't consent. And, that's the thing, I kind of feel like, especially back in this era, probably not nowadays, but the fact that they dubbed this guy the Shoe Fetish Slayer, so obviously anybody after that has a shoe fetish, everyone's gonna like, look sideways at him like that. But it's like, the vast majority of people with any kind of fetish of any kind are not serial killers, obviously. It was just like the most obvious thing that they could hang, because it just stood out because it was so pronounced, like in this guy.
Everybody has little fetishes and cakes and shit.
Yeah. And the thing about
shoe fetishes, and it's just that there's different degrees of it.
Yeah.
Like for instance, I've mentioned before, I fucking love hot shoes, man, on women. If they look like they'd hurt you or they hurt her, heels or fucking like combat, fucking, like new rocks with big fucking soles and cleats and fucking. To me, it just looks sexy. But the thing is that I don't have a shoe fetish so bad that I no longer need the woman.
Yeah.
There has to be a woman with the shoe. Some dudes got it so bad they don't need the woman. They just want that shoe, and that's some weird shit. I mean, that's extreme.
Yeah,
that's extreme.
Oh, and this guy was also a necrophile. Did I mention that?
Yeah, a lot of them are.
Yeah,
because it's free.
Yeah,
he's already killed her, so there, he might as well.
Yeah,
I mean that's what that's what Gary Ridgway said. They said, you went back to those bodies afterwards. For me, why'd you go back to the body? It was a week old. He goes, well, because it was free. Yeah.
Look, taking
free.
ketchup packets from McDonald's because they're free, that's fine. Going back to a dead body that you've killed to rape it because it's free.
In Ridgway's
that's
case,
a whole different ballgame.
In Ridgway's case, the cops pointed out that it was the middle of summer, and he went back like sometimes 2.5 weeks after that chick he had killed that chick. So she was quite rotten.
Yeah. I mean,
in the summer, yeah.
Pretty grody.
They're into that too.
Yeah.
That's what I think. They're into the putrefaction and rot.
Giving me some blowfly girl energy.
Yeah, like blowfly girl.
Although she didn't kill anybody.
Yeah, but she got into the damn fucking garbage can with all the flies and shit.
You put meat in her
rub
pussy.
one out and fucking rotten garbage and shit. Just look up blowfly girl. Fucking.
Or don't if you want to keep your lunch down.
On YouTube, go on a channel called Wang, and he'll tell you all about blowfly girl. She's an internet legend.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty famous. That's pretty one of the grossest things I've ever read. American Military said Brudos' wife was a naive, inexperienced, mousy, and meek 50s housewife who obeyed her husband and dared not venture into his garage. She was unfairly suspected of his secret SK life. I kind of lean toward that. Spoiler alert: she did get arrested for, you know, conspiring or like what do they call that? Like helping him out with it?
Conspiracy.
Accomplice.
Accomplice.
Being an accomplice, that was the word I was looking for. But she didn't get convicted of it. And I kind of suspect that maybe she probably didn't know what was going on. Because I think most of that was just because, one, people couldn't believe that she didn't know what was going on. And two, there was like one witness statement, which I'll get into later, that said, oh, we saw her helping. But it's like, I'm not really sure how accurate that was. I think somebody was just trying to fuck her over. But yeah. So, all right. Do you want to start getting into this?
Yeah.
Like, really? Or are you ready? Or...
Go ahead. Let's go.
Oh, somebody said, Tequila's also asked about, we haven't cooked anything from the recipe book yet.
No, not yet. I'm going to though.
Yeah, we had a bunch of stuff. We had all this Mexican stuff.
Yeah.
We had to use all this taco stuff.
And I got like fresh fruits and vegetables coming out of my fucking garden back there that I got to use up. So, and I made a shit ton of hot sauce. It's good too.
Yeah,
because of all those chilies I have growing out there. I got these American versions of the fucking passion fruit growing on some vine out there. I got them through a friend of the family. And this woman has them growing in her yard so badly that they just mow them. They just mow them up. And I said, yeah, give me some of them. So I got them growing. I'm probably going to get some more. It makes like a passion fruit you can turn into juice. I was going to make it into ice cream, but the flavor isn't strong. It's not like a normal passion fruit.
it's pretty mild. Yeah,
It's real mild. It tastes like pear.
yeah, it tastes more like pear than passion.
Yeah, so it makes a good juice, but it tastes like pear juice. And I was like, that wouldn't be a good...
Be good with vodka though.
It'd be great with vodka. I got a bunch of them down there ripen right now. But once they come off the vine, you got to let them ripen, and then you put them all in a container and blend them with your immersion blender with sugar. And put them in a bigger container and add about a gallon of water and 2 cups of sugar to it, some lemon juice. And it tastes like a really nice, like pear flavored kind of drink. But it's not. I don't forgot the name. It's not a passion fruit. It's a species of passion fruit for North America. It grows like weeds. She says she got so many of them, she just fucking mows them. She doesn't know what to do with them.
Tammy asked if they were Maypops.
Maypop. It might be it. Maypop. That might be what it was. It was a weird thing. I think it might be Maypop. It's a little thing that's got seeds and like gunk in there. And I think it was called a Maypop. That's right. It's a type of passion fruit. But the South American ones and the Central American ones are better.
Well, they have a much more pronounced flavor.
More pronounced flavor.
These are good too, but like I said, they're pretty mild. Like
It's a mild flavor, yeah.
Tequila
It's
said,
like pear.
Tequila said, can you grow soursop in Florida? I'm not sure.
Soursop.
That's what it is?
Soursop. I
That's
know
what
it was
it is.
something funny.
So yes.
Soursop. Yeah.
They will grow like, I mean, pretty much anything.
I think it's called soursop. They
Pretty
had
much
a weird ass fucking name.
anything that gets implanted in Florida will grow like fucking crazy if you don't do something about it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's tropical. But the Central American, I did grow some of those passion fruit, but they didn't yield very much. These, they yield more than you can eat.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, we can't eat
And
all
they
those.
spread.
Yeah.
I'm getting all these seeds. I think I'm going to plant more of them. Because if I have a lot of it, then I'll make some shit with it. I'll make a lot of juice with it.
I mean, we can use a lot of juice. That's
And I
fine.
can freeze the pulp.
Yeah.
See? To make concentrate. I got that freezer down there. And I actually cooked that Mexican pork, pressure cooked it in that juice.
Yeah.
Instead of orange juice, I used that.
Yeah.
It was good, yeah.
CB said, I think if Jerry had someone to talk to about his fetish, he may not have killed. I kind of suspect, I mean, his upbringing was pretty fucked up too, as concerning how his whole fetish developed, as we'll see shortly. But I do think this might have been a case of, had he been born in a different era, had he had a different upbringing, had he known that there were other people with that fetish and that it wasn't weird and all this other stuff, maybe it wouldn't have turned out the way it turned out. I mean, obviously hindsight's 20/20. I don't know.
He might have just had another fetish.
Yeah.
Might have just
There's no
figured out
telling.
something else, yeah.
But, you know, the way he would grow up, it was not good. You know what I mean? Somebody said I stupidly looked up Blowfly Girl. I told you not to.
Yeah, blowfly girl.
I told you not to.
The channel Wang.
It's really gross.
WHANG apostrophe on YouTube. He's an excellent channel. I like that dude. He was actually a friend of the show. One of our listeners sees him down in New York all the time. Talking about DJ Maniac.
Yeah.
He's gotten pictures of him and Wang hanging out down in New York goth clubs. He's got a great channel.
But he did a whole show about that.
Yeah, and we drove all the way to Mississippi and back from here listening to Wang. Fucking hilarious. Keep you entertained.
Although, like I said, a lot of the show I could handle Blowfly Girl, but some of the other ones, especially all the poop related ones, I can't listen to those.
Yeah, he's into that shit.
They
too.
just gross me
weird
out.
shit that happened. People did cum boxes and just weird shit that.
Yeah,
teenage
see that's
boys
pretty
did.
gross. It's really weird that like Blowfly Girl, it's gross, but it didn't like gross me out as much as the dude that swam in people's septic tanks or all the cum drawer ones.
Yeah, that's
or the cum jar
teenage
ones.
boys keeping everything.
Yeah, don't talk about it too
and
much. Or I'll
talking
start
about it
gagging.
online and showing pictures of it.
Or I'll start gagging.
Teenage boys are fucking dirty, man. And
They are
fucking-
disgusting.
They're fucking hilarious. And the early internet was infested with fucking teenage boys fucking sharing stories of the gross shit that they were doing.
CB said, Google Tub Girl. Oh, I know what Tub Girl is. He did a show about Tub Girl also.
Yeah.
That is
Tub
also
Girl.
disgusting. That is also disgusting.
Yeah, they tracked down who Tub Girl was. It was a series. It was a Japanese photographer that took the photo.
Yeah, it's like an art photo, but
Yeah.
it's like I saw that one too. But yeah, that was also that to me was grosser than Blowfly Girl. Even though Blowfly Girl was, I mean, that is undeniably gross. Probably one of the grossest things ever. But it was also kind of creative.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, wow, I never would have thought of doing that. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The poop stuff is just poop. It's not that crazy, but it's just it's gross. It's just not crazy. But like the shit she was doing, I was like, that's imaginative. I'll give her that.
She was a girl who fetishized about giving birth to fucking filth and maggots.
To rot.
And rot. She was,
like I said,
she sexualized rot. But she had mental problems. She talked about it.
She was pretty insightful about her
and
problems.
they never really confirmed if Blowfly Girl existed. She was just posting for years and years and would disappear and then come back, and it was on early Reddit, I think. But I don't even think she shared any photos. It's just she was an internet legend. This was the old internet back in the 90s.
Yeah, but they tracked her down and they found out she was a real person.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
whether or not she did all that, I'm not sure.
It might have just been she might have just
fantasy.
made it up.
Yeah.
Like it might have been so. I don't know. So why are there so many gross fetishes?
Yeah.
I think it's because people like stuff that's wrong or like transgressive.
Naughty.
That's what makes it hot. It's like you're not supposed to do it. So anything like you're not supposed to do, which encompasses gross things, like some people are gonna like be turned on by that.
Yeah, and it can get so extreme. It involves like fucking bad material, fecal matter, and vomit. The vomit doesn't bother me that much. It bothers Jen. I love to throw up. I get drunk. I'll just fucking I feel so much better.
I hate
but they're sexualizing that, and then sexualizing rotten stuff and filth, and sexualizing just fucking shit. You know, fucking.
See, that's a little far for me. It's just like I don't mind a little bit of like, you know, I don't mind some pee or I don't mind.
Yeah, water sports, that's not that gross.
That's not that gross.
It's just, just like whatever.
I'm not grossed out by that. It's kind of hot in some situations. But anything having to do like poop or vomit or anything
I think it's mostly
like
the video, how it's shot.
Yeah.
That makes it hot.
Anything that's poop or vomit, I'm like, nope.
Nah.
I can watch peeing ones. I'm not watching like fucking.
Well, the whole the whole fucking female squirting thing, you don't know if it's pee.
Yeah.
You know, fucking, you know, just
probably.
But it's just special effects for porn, you know.
That's what it says. Why can't people have fetishes for strawberry shortcake, pecans, dryer sheets?
Well, they had
something
cake
nice.
farts. And that was a fetish of girls sitting on cakes and farting on them. That's cake farts. It was like
very
the
specific.
Prettier the cake. Yeah, there was a series of that. Wang talked about that.
It had to be a cake.
Yeah, cake, and a different kind of cake, different kinds of cake. And
That's
some cute chick.
That's something to do with like defiling something.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
With something kind of gross and crass.
And
I get it.
It can get so.
That's stupid though.
Naughty can get so bad where you're killing stuff, including people and animals.
Yeah, that's why it's all on a spectrum.
It's on a spectrum, yeah.
like I said, I can see why people get into certain things, even gross things, even if I think they're gross and I'm just like, yeah, no thanks, not for me. Because I like a couple of things that are sort of gross, but not that gross.
The most extreme when it came to that had to been Albert Fish. And he wrote about what he was. All you gotta do is look that fucker up. And he was late 1800s, early 1900s. Pedophilia, cannibalism, murder, torture. And so this is not a modern phenomenon. This goes way back. You got these weird fucks.
Yeah.
You know.
There's always been weirdos that have been
Yeah.
doing it. Like I said, we've talked about this many times. Like, no matter how fucking freaky you think you are, it's like somebody thousands of years ago, like, came up with that shit, okay?
Yeah,
like,
and
there's nothing new.
And the chances are, if you were to run into Albert Fish, you'd never suspect it, because most of the time he was doing all that, he was a skinny, harmless-looking old man that was like, you know, all friendly and harmless. You'd never know that he was abducted a little girl and fucking killed her and ate her, and told the girl he was going to eat her. You know, just
And wrote a letter to the parents
what she
talking about
tastes
how
like.
he ate her and
Yeah,
what
yeah,
she
yeah.
tasted like.
yeah. And then he did all kinds of stuff before all that. He was into making himself suffer, sticking needles in himself. When they electrocuted him, he had all kinds of dozens and dozens of needles up in his fucking taint and shit, deep in his body. They had migrated. They X-rayed his fucking body. Like, yeah, he's got all these needles all over. So he'd make himself suffer too. So it was like he was a true sadomasochist, and he combined it with religion, the suffering of Jesus and shit. He eroticized his own suffering and the suffering of others. Very dangerous little man. Very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean,
But he only went after the very weak.
Yeah, Shavy said Albert Fish was definitely out there. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I would argue he's one of the most out there serial killers that we
He
know
was a
about.
demon.
In terms of, and we did a
He's a
show
demon.
about him a long time ago, but might I suggest, if you've never watched Time Suck with comedian Dan Cummins, his show about Albert Fish is one of the funniest fucking things that I've ever listened to.
Yeah, he's not a funny topic.
It's not a
But
funny
you can
topic,
make
but
that
well,
shit fun to find,
yeah,
yeah.
well, like I said, that's the cool thing about Time Suck, and he'll do like long. He does like 2.5, 3 hour shows, and so they do a deep dive, and so they kind of talk about all the shit, but then he's a comedian, so he makes like a bunch of jokes about it too, and he's just like, and the comedy is like super dark, and it's like, so I thought I was gonna die like from laughing at that fucking episode, and that's a good one to fucking watch too, because he makes like a lot of references like back to it on some of his other shows. I don't think he did a show about this guy, because I usually, if he did a show about whoever we're doing a show about, like, I'll listen to it like a few days before our show, like, just to see, because they usually dig up like a lot of details and stuff, and I'm just like, well, did I forget anything? Did I leave anything out? Because they, you know, usually do a very deep dive, but so I like to listen to that too, and like, but it's a funny fucking show. You know, I really like that fucking show. Time Suck is what's called, all one word. Time Suck. It's a podcast, but it's on YouTube as well. Most of them have video nowadays. I think sometimes it's just audio, but most of the ones I've seen are video. But yeah, he did one about Albert Fish that was like super funny. But and they're long. Like I said, they're usually like 2-3 hours. So they do. There's like a lot of other stuff in there. Like he'll do announcements and stuff like that. So it's like a whole ass radio show. But yeah, that was legit one of the funniest fucking. And like I said, it's really not a funny topic, but the fact that he could just make me die laughing about it was like pretty good. All right, so I don't know, where did Tom go? I guess he went to make more drinks. CB said the cat pooped in the bath and my dad left it for my mom to deal with. I mean, I've gotten better about the cat poop and the cat throw up. I used to be like, the cat threw up and I was just kind of like, Tom, come clean this. Because it's like, if I tried to do it, I'd be like, and I'd just be like gagging the whole time. But I've gotten better about it. You know? It still grosses me out, but I'm more able to like deal with it now. You know? The litter box and stuff doesn't bother me. Because it's all like dried up, you know what I mean? You can just fucking scoop it and everything. But sometimes one of them will like, not often, but every now and then like one of them will barf like on the floor or something. It's usually Beijing. Sometimes Pokey does. You know, when you gotta clean that up, but it's not super common. And Bambi has a... She's such a dummy. She's she's such a goofball. Like she'll go in the litter box and she'll turn around and around and around, and then sometimes she'll hang her little butt out of the litter box and pee on the floor next to the litter box. So then you have to clean all that up because it kind of goes under the litter box. You have to lift up the litter box and clean it all up and everything like that. She doesn't mean to. It's like she just doesn't know where her butt is in space. You know what I mean? She only does it like once every few months or something.
Okay,
like
the show's
that.
been on for 45 minutes. Everybody's here, man. We can go ahead and start this.
All right. Well, I was waiting for you to come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, CP said the best thing you can do if you know your kid has a fetish is just talk to them, but set boundaries if you were there, Mom. Yeah, that's the thing, and I think in this case of Jerry Brudos, his mom did the exact wrong thing. Like many serial killers, he did have a very domineering, strict
Always a
mother.
Mama issues.
They always have mommy issues.
Yeah.
They, for some reason, because they hate their mom or they don't like being told what to do by a woman or something like that, and then they kind of extrapolate that to all womankind everywhere, and they just want to punish everybody because they couldn't punish their mom. I kind of feel like that's simplified, but I'm sure that's at the heart of a lot of it.
Mom ignored him.
Yeah, this woman did not, but this was more insidious and fucked up, honestly.
Yeah, but you don't have to talk to your kids about anything. The statistics I saw is that, well, first of all, they have internet and social media, and by the time they're 13, they've seen fucking thousands of fucking porn
Yeah.
videos, and they know everything. They know everything now.
Yeah, which in a way is good. Like, I'm not saying like little kids be watching porn. I'm just saying
They
that
do though.
it's good. Well, no, I know they do, but
Yeah.
and I would have too if it had been available.
I've been all over it because I used to find fucking all kinds of pornographic magazines when I was like fucking 7, and was into it. You know, you fucking because you're finding people's stashes, you're finding shit out in the garbage. Fucking, we were kids, we'd dig through the fucking garbage.
I found my dad's.
My
Hustlers.
My family didn't have any of that, but like other people's dads did, and then like you know, it's just. We didn't really have like a porn.
They weren't hid that good. I wasn't looking for them. Yeah. You know what I mean?
So we knew what was going on. It's just that now you could watch that shit and fucking live in color.
Yeah.
And evidently they're growing up. The new ones, the new kids like Gen Z, they're not very sexual. They're not having much sex. They don't care that much about it.
Well, maybe they're burned out. They've seen so much of it. They're just like, boring.
Well, they did a statistic on the fucking. Gen Z, they're now like in their late teens. Almost all of them said that porn needed to be restricted more, age restricted, and they're uptight. They're like our grandparents' generation. They're kind of anti-sex. They're not like us. We were wild in the 80s. Gen X was awesome because we were a good mix. But evidently, fucking Gen Z is fucking frigid.
Like I said, they probably saw so much of it from a young age.
They're scared to death of being ratted out. They're scared to death of being exposed on social media.
That's the thing too, is that their whole entire lives have been spent online.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of, we didn't grow up like that, so it's just kind of like hard for us to fathom like what that would be like. Like the whole fucking world, pretty much. I mean, potentially the whole world, like seeing what you were fucking up to.
Well, they all going behind their backs and
I mean?
talking about them online. So there's the gossip, and you know what I mean. They're scared to death.
Which, like I said, has been going on forever. But now there's like a much bigger platform.
Yeah.
So it's like there's a lot more to lose.
Yeah.
Like, because everybody can see it. And before it would just be like a little circle of people.
Grampers, he's not in the comment section or he's not in the chat section, but we went to high school together. He'll tell you, we were fucking wild in high school. We were lucky there were no cell phones with cameras and shit. Because we would have been taking videos. And that shit would have leaked and fucking, you know. And actually, with our generation, they probably wouldn't care that much. But now they would blackmail each other for it, or fucking it'd end up on their little chat groups. And what a slut she's a slut, or whoa, he's a rapist. They would fucking they'd do anything today because it's mixed with all kinds of fucking weird fucking trends. What they call it? It don't matter now. Fucking intersectionalism and fucking shit, you know.
All right, so can we get on with this now?
Well, don't fucking come at me like I'm the problem. Fucking, you haven't started the show.
Well, no,
because
because
for fucking 45 minutes, Jen.
well, yeah, you just
Let
said
the
to
shit
start
go.
it, and then you started talking about something else.
Only for a few fucking seconds, man.
You started talking about something else.
Only for a few fucking seconds. That didn't take a long time.
Okay, but I'm just saying, don't tell me
You
to
get
start.
impatient when I talk.
Don't start this. Don't tell me to start the show and then start
Okay,
talking
no,
about
alright,
some
alright,
other
go
shit.
ahead, go ahead.
You know what I mean?
All right, go ahead.
That's all. All right. So this motherfucker, who was born Jerome Brudos, but obviously called Jerry for short, was actually born in South Dakota in 1939. Now, he was actually, his parents already had one son who was older, obviously. And his mom had wanted the second child, who turned out to be Jerry, to be a girl. And she took pretty much every opportunity to remind Jerry of this fact. Of her disappointment that he had turned out to be another boy. The thing about it, like, the older son, he was like the golden child. Like, they treated him just like he could do no wrong. The sun shined out of his ass or whatever. But it's like the younger kid, who was Jerry, was pretty much always being belittled and reminded of how much they wished that they'd had a daughter instead of him. Now, some sources I saw also claimed that she would sometimes dress him in girls' clothing specifically to humiliate him. I don't know if that's the case or not. But, I mean, like I said, it was a long time ago, and we can kind of only go by what he said or, you know, what other things. So I did see some sources that said that, but I don't know if that's true or not. But she for sure was, like, really emotionally abusive in the sense that she was always telling him that he was a disappointment. He wasn't what she wanted.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a trend with these fucking serial killers. They're neglected or abused. It's always about the nature of their birth. Is something weird about the nature of their birth. Like Bundy, turned out his mom wasn't his mom. Turned out his sister was his mom. And that fucking pissed him off. That sent him down. Because his mom gave him to the grandma. And they all lived together. So the person he thought was his mom was his grandmother, and the person he thought was his sister was actually his mom. And I think that sent him along the path of, oh, these whores are a bunch of liars, fucking scumbag, that kind of shit.
My ex-husband found out that the guy that he thought was his uncle or was his grandma's son was actually his mother's older, so was like his brother. Like his half brother.
Why'd they lie about that?
Because his mom was real young, I guess.
Okay.
Like when she had him.
All right.
And they gave him to the grandma.
Okay,
and she raised him as her son.
Yeah.
So, and he didn't find out until like much later.
Yeah. Well, any kind
but
of...
my ex-husband did not turn out to be a serial killer,
no,
as far as I know.
But I noticed that serial killers, a lot of these serial killers have kind of like in their mind, a questionable birth narrative.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that. The mother didn't want him. The mother wanted a girl. The mother didn't want you and fucking gave you to the grandma, and the grandma raised you, and you didn't know the whole time. You didn't find out that your sister was actually your mom until you were fucking, in your late teens, or 12.
Gramper says Ernest Hemingway was dressed...
So Gramper is there?
Well, just now.
Okay, yeah.
Ernest Hemingway was dressed in girls' clothes as a child. It haunted him for life. I mean, that's a little sensitive.
Yeah.
It haunted you for life. Heide said Lovecraft was dressed as a girl, but it didn't seem to affect him later. Yeah, I mean, he just seemed like a weirdo. But the thing about it was that little boy... Like, if you see pictures of, like, little boys and, like, little, like, baby boys and, like, toddlers and stuff, all the clothes looked, quote-unquote, feminine back then. You know what I mean? They would put him in, like, little white dress type of situations and all that kind of stuff, and nobody really said boo about it. So, I don't really know, man.
When I was in the 3rd grade, man, Dominguez Elementary School, I remember the teachers were upset that one of the kids in the kindergarten was dressed as a girl, and the mother dressed him as a girl as a boy. I remember being like in 3rd and 4th grade hearing about that, and we were like, why the hell is she dressing him in girls' clothes? But that was going on even when I was a kid. Why the hell would a mom put girls' clothes on a boy? I guess that's what they wanted. But it was kind of like the other students were old. I remember it. The teachers were like, you can't do that. They made her. This is back in the fucking 70s. Must have been about 76, 77.
Yeah, I mean, but like I said, and somebody else pointed this out too. It's like dresses were worn by boys at that time. That's what I was saying. It's just kind of like back in the day, in the early 20th century, they did dress little boys in like what we would probably call in modernized, like probably girls' clothes.
Yeah,
but they didn't really consider them girls' clothes at the time. It was just kind of
not in the 70s though.
Well, no, not in the 70s. But
No.
like I said, either the kid wanted to wear it, or the mom was kind of fucked up, or the mom was like mad at the kid and was just kind of like, hey, I'm gonna make you wear girls' clothes to school just because I'm mad at you, like to punish you.
I think in that case,
I don't really know.
I think in that case, it was something like a single mom and she wanted a daughter, so she just thought it was cute to put him in girls' clothes.
Okay, well that's kind of messed up if
That's
the
what
kid
I think
doesn't
with
want.
the deal.
Like I said, if the kid wants to do it,
No.
then I'm like, okay, because like I said, look, I don't have any kids, but I'm always kind of like a big within reason. Like if a kid's kind of like,
Yeah.
I want to dress like Superman, or I'm gonna do this or that.
Yeah.
Okay,
I remember the teachers,
I'm not bothered.
The teachers told her that she couldn't do that.
But if it was just like the mom imposing it, then yeah.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
But if the kid asked, and like I said, it wasn't egregious,
Yeah.
then I wouldn't be bothered.
Yeah. Well, the teachers were talking about it was over. The students overheard it, and that's how I heard it.
Mm.
Little kids are fucking. They're not dumb. They hear shit.
Well,
What
yeah.
adults say, they'll go tell the other ones. I heard all kinds of shit in school when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
Some of it may not have been true, but I think that was true. I didn't know who the kid they were talking about, but I remembered that.
CB said, same with Son of Sam, he found out he was a bastard and started killing people as a result. Yeah, like I said, I think some of these people probably would have killed people anyway, because they might have already had proclivities in that direction, but it did take something like that. I don't know. It's hard for me to say. It's like,
The
you know,
social standards were different back then, so that might have fucking put more stress on them than it would today. Today, they...
I mean, yeah, nowadays, like I said, if I had found out in the 70s that I was adopted or that my mom was my grandma or something,
Yeah.
you know, whatever the fuck, or my sister or whatever the fuck, it's like, would it have bothered me so much that I would have just, like, gone into a spiral and started? I don't think so, but you know what I mean?
I think in the case of the boys, what it does is it sends them down a path that ends up being that.
It tends to be dude serial killers, I guess,
Yeah.
because I think in their minds, especially during this era, because like I said, this guy was born in 1939, so he grew up in the 40s and 50s. I think they still viewed women as inferior, so you being dressed as a woman means they were making you inferior, like they were making you lesser,
Or
like
they-
to embarrass you.
Well, they were making you a gender that wasn't yours.
Well, that's how
Yeah,
people
so
would see it nowadays, but I think back then there was also the added...
When I was a boy, I
Punishment.
didn't think girls were inferior.
No,
I
I'm just saying-
I thought they were pretty.
Well, nobody's
like-
saying no. I said that parents would have thought that back in this era.
I don't know.
I'm not saying that like kids would think that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. 'Cause
So it's like, so there might have been the added thing, and the kid themselves, the boy, might have also been thinking, because this dude really hated women. I mean, he probably justifiably, if what the shit that he said about how his mom treated him is true, like he probably had some justifiable hatred for his mother. Okay, his mother sucked, but that doesn't mean that all women suck or that all women are like your mother. So I kind of feel like a lot of serial killers that end up with this specific kind of sexual fetishism type of thing, a lot of them do have this kind of relationship with their mother who was very like quote unquote domineering, or who did fucked up shit to them, or who abused them or something like that. And they extrapolate that to all women and make that hatred for women. And I think that a lot of them are also kind of by nature misogynist. They also, you know, I don't think they thought much of women to start with, but they're attracted to women at the same time, and that makes them mad because it gives them this kind of like, they can't resolve the conflict, I guess.
I can kind of see what you're talking about, but being a guy, I think it's more simpler than that. What it is that women lied to them from an early age, so they saw women as the enemy. But they had a lust for women, so they're lusting for something that they hate.
Well, yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
That's what they can't resolve the conflict.
Right, yeah. Right.
They want something, but they
Right.
hate them.
Yeah, right, yeah.
So a lot of them are just kind of like, well, fuck it, I'm just going to take it.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to kill them and cut them
Yeah.
into pieces. And
Yeah, and
just use them.
But the thing is that saying that misogyny is about seeing women as inferiors. No, I think what it is, it's a rebellion against figures that they think are superior to them. Actually, they think they're being oppressed and lied to and manipulated by these women. They see them. They don't see themselves as the aggressor. They see the woman as the aggressor. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I think. Because I'm trying to put myself in those shoes and what I was like when I was real young. And that's probably how I would have seen it. But even back in the 70s and shit, we didn't have what you would call today misogyny against girls. We all liked girls, but we thought they were icky. But we were still attracted to them. I thought they were cute.
I think most boys think girls are icky up until they go through puberty.
Yeah, but the thing is that thinking they were icky was kind of like peer pressure. Because what would happen is that girls would fucking, when you're back like in the 3rd grade, girl would proclaim her love for you, and all your friends would be like, "Oh, you got a girlfriend." They start teasing you. You're like, "No, I don't have a girlfriend." No, I'm not into this. So it's just kind of a knee-jerk reaction to that. But no, fucking, I thought little girls were cute. But you just didn't want to admit that to your friends because they tease you over it. It was just something, it's like little boy culture for some reason.
No, I know.
And I don't think it was...
I have brothers, dude, I know.
Yeah. And I think it's just hormonal. I don't think adults have anything to do with it. Or I don't even think society has anything to do with it. I think it's probably like that. I think it's probably universal.
Gramster says 99% of serial killers are involuntary celibates. Dennis Rader being the exception, of course. Well, this guy was not he was married. This guy was married too, and he had at least 2 kids that we know of. So maybe not, but he really did not like women at all.
Yeah.
And it was because of his mom, it seemed like. But like I said, that seems like pretty common with a lot of these types of serial killers. So
they see women as evil liars.
Yeah, like I said, which some of them, you know, you can kind of understand because if your formative years were spent with a mom that sucked, which some of them do, then yeah. But like I said, it takes some insight to be like, hey, that was just one fucking person that sucked. That doesn't like impugn the whole gender, you know what I mean?
Well,
but they do tend to get fixated. They tend to get they just stagnate at that one childish age.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, mom sucked, so all women suck, therefore.
Yeah, I think it might be, you know, my mom was fucking very dominant. She kind of sucked a lot of times. But I didn't think all women were like my mom when I was a little kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fucking, I loved Kimmy.
You're not a sociopath.
And all that, you know, there's just something about, maybe these guys, when they grow up, they don't have much female interaction. They only had their own. That might
be an issue too. Because if they knew other women,
it might not be that.
Although the thing about it, which I'll get into in a minute, that's kind of interesting about this guy, is that he did have some other female quote unquote role models.
Yeah.
But that really didn't seem to help him. So I don't really know.
Because see the dominant mom thing. That's not a cause because
no.
As far as
it's just something that comes up a lot.
Yeah, as far as I know, all little boys see their mom as domineering because she won't let you do what you want to do. She's constantly fucking stopping you. No, you can't burn out a house. What are you doing? No, you fucking suck. No, yeah. So you know.
Why won't you let me burn the house? Why won't you let me smear my shit on the walls? Come on.
Right. She's more powerful than you. She can stop you from doing it. You don't really like that. So it's something different from that. You know what I mean?
Well,
just like in that toy program, we're talking about He-Man was fucking, I got the power. And it was basically little boy rebelling against mom. We're going to have this little macho He-Man figure, and then we're going to make a whole program
That was exactly, like, they did all kind of,
because she's telling me what to do. So it's infantilism. Serial killers are infants, basically.
That's what I mean. They get stuck at this point in their development where mom is telling me what to do and I don't like it. Therefore, I'm going to lash out at every other woman who is a stand-in for my mom.
Like, it might be there. A certain part of them is frozen. These women, man.
Yeah, they're just stunted.
These women are just. They won't fucking. They're bad.
Yeah.
They won't let you do things, and they're trying to. And they think they have control, and you know. I'm stronger than them. I've got the power. You know, I can beat their asses. You know, which that's not really how to deal with women. Why would you want to beat a woman's ass? You know what I mean? I can understand if she's fucking trying to kill you and your family. She's an enemy female. You know what I mean? I'm ex-military. I understand that. They got armed females that they're going to send at you in a battlefield. You know, that's different. These guys here are just in general pissed off that they can't control women. They feel the woman's more dominant than them, so they got to prove that they got the power,
that they're
by
in charge,
beating them up and fucking killing them. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's all it is. Like you said,
very
I think
primitive,
it is very
infantile.
infantile.
Yeah.
It is very infantile. So I think a lot of them kind of get stuck at a certain childish stage of development and never really develop beyond that.
Yeah, and then sex comes into play because puberty, and then it all swirls into a perfect storm. But it ain't normal because most dudes don't react that way, even if they have that background.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not just upbringing, because a lot of people have way more fucked up upbringings than some serial killers did, but they do not turn into serial killers. They just turn into normal-ass human beings. So there has to be something else. There has to be some genetic factor. It has to be kind of a perfect storm. Otherwise, there'd be serial killers everywhere, and there's not. There's more than there should be, obviously, because I keep stumbling across ones that I haven't heard of before, like this motherfucker. But, they're still relatively rare. So this family, they weren't poor. I guess I would call them working to middle class, maybe. The mom was a stay-at-home mom, as some moms were back then. Now the dad, I'm not sure what he did for a living, but they kind of it was during the Depression, so he was kind of he kind of did a lot of seasonal work. He would just kind of go where the work was. So they moved around a lot, which probably didn't help. Particularly with Jerry's upbringing, because he was he never really stayed anywhere long enough to establish any friendships or anything like that, because they were always moving. Now the thing about it, his dad, I guess he was gone a lot. They said he had kind of a temper, but he didn't seem to be physically or emotionally abusive to either his wife or his children. So doesn't seem to be anything going on there. But like I said, mom, kind of very, very strict, kind of a prude, you know what I mean? Very uptight. And there, like I was saying before, you would think that this would help. And maybe it did. Maybe shit would have turned out worse if this hadn't happened. But because his mom apparently sucked so much, Jerry did end up making friends with this woman in the neighborhood who was his mom's age. And he kind of considered that his second mom, kind of. She was a lot nicer, and she accepted him the way he was and stuff like that, instead of constant being man, I wish I'd had a daughter. Blah, blah, blah. Can you imagine telling your fucking kid that? That's horrible. You know what I mean? Some people should not have children, is all I'm saying. But
don't understand the impact.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, shit you say to your kid, a lot of that shit just sticks forever.
She basically tell him that she didn't want him.
Yeah. And it's telling someone they're unwanted. That's the fucking worst, especially at that age, because that's a formative age. So he kind of thought of this neighbor woman as his real mom, kind of. But the thing about it was that the woman was kind of sickly. She got diabetes later, and she couldn't really have... Because I guess, a lot of the neighbor kids would come see her because she was a nice lady and everything like that. But as she got sicker and sicker, obviously, they couldn't come over anymore. And he was just, really, really bummed out when that happened. He felt like he'd lost his mom kind of thing. So that probably didn't help either. And I think there was another woman who was also kind of around his mom's age that he befriended that died of TB. And that kind of fucked him up, too. So he was trying to look for other mother figures, but... for various reasons that weren't anyone's fault, obviously, it just didn't work out. So that probably didn't help either. So they said as a kid, he was just pretty much average in every way. They said he was a little bit sickly, but not overtly so. He didn't really have a lot of friends because, like I said, the family moved around a lot because the dad was always looking for work. He had a lot of headaches, migraines. He always had pain in the throat. Like I said, kind of sickly kid. And was just average in every way. Like I said, and his brother was actually kind of, as I mentioned before, the golden boy. He got really good grades. He was a good athlete. He was a good athlete. Blah blah blah. He was really popular. And so of course, the younger loser kid is gonna get compared to the older. Awesome kid, and that's gonna be another fucking... I'm not like I said excusing anything he did, obviously, but I'm just saying that...
No, you're just trying to explain the dynamic.
I'm just trying to explain the dynamic, and it's why people should not do this to their fucking kids, because it doesn't end well. You know what I mean? Doesn't always end as badly as this, but it never ends well. You're giving
They
your
didn't
kid
teach- they didn't-
lifelong fucking issues. Lifelong issues.
To this day, they don't fucking teach people how to train kids or how to raise kids. I call it training because they don't teach people how to raise kids because they'd fight over it. If you had some child training, how to train a child, nobody would agree on it. But I think it's pretty obvious that you don't tell a kid that they're unwanted, that they won't match up to the other kids.
That's a horrible thing to
Yes.
tell anybody.
I mean, only an idiot.
Child or adult.
Right. The problem is that you can't really pick your parents, and your parents might be low IQ motherfuckers. They might be 70 IQ, 80 IQ. So they're just dumb as rocks, you know. Fucking even 100 IQ is kind of dumb. They're going to make fucking stupid mistakes, especially when they're young. So his mama was fucking probably in her 20s, you know.
Perhaps
30
so,
maybe.
yeah.
And probably dumb.
I mean, everybody makes mistakes, especially in parenting. Like I said, I don't have any kids myself, but I grew up around a lot of kids. Like I said, my parents had 4 kids. My grandparents had 8 kids. Like, my parents rented daycare for a long time. So I was around a lot of kids all the time. And like I said, you can't, there's certain things you can't do. Like, everybody fucks up. Like, everybody says shit that you shouldn't have said to your kid. Everybody does something that they regret later on. But the thing about it is that you just have to realize that and maybe talk to the kid and be like, man, I said some fucked up shit to, don't say you said fucked up shit to them. But it's like, I said some fucked up shit to you and I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean that. And it's just like, I think that will go like a long way toward, but just constantly belittling and comparing them
And
to
bitching,
other
it
people
becomes nagging
and just nagging and complaining. It's just like, that's obviously...
Yeah.
Like I said, it's, obviously most of them are not going to turn out to be serial killers, but it's like, it's not going to end well. That person's going to have to have years of therapy, like, to deal with the shit that you piled on their shoulders. You know what I'm saying? So,
from what I've noticed, just dealing with little boys in my life, they just kind of return whatever energy you give them, and little girls, same thing. You just, if you're a piece of shit to them, they're gonna be a piece of shit to you.
Now,
that's normal fucking, and it's gonna fuck them up. But if you just have sense, kind of with this, they kind of returned whatever energy you give them. Like my ex-girlfriend for Stephanie, she worked at a daycare center, and fucking there was a couple times where I fucking worked with her and played with the little boys and shit, and we just had fun playing blocks, and I just treated them like they were dudes. They loved it. You know what I mean? You how tall are you gonna make that tower? I'm gonna make it tall. Okay, okay, it's built now. Now what do you want to do with it? Let's wreck it. So okay, yeah, it makes sense to me. Let's tear it down. Who's gonna tear it down? Okay, and they're taking the shit real seriously.
Well,
I think Jamie should tear it down.
They liked being taken seriously, they were a grown-up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you weren't condescending to them.
Right.
Or
Jackie and Jimmy, you're going to tear it down. Which block should you take out first? We're going to get this shit to come down all at once. Which one should you take out? I think this one. It's just,
Yeah.
But, I grew up as a little boy, so I know how little boys play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like I said, they probably liked that someone was treating them like...
I was the only dude there. It was all females running, all the little daycare classes were all women running it. When I showed up there, all the little boys were like, yeah.
I do.
Yeah, there's a dude here. We're going to play with blocks. Okay, yeah, we're going to play with blocks. Make it high. It's going to be real high. I'm going to put the chair here. You stand on top of the chair, man, so you get higher. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's a good idea. So, it was like a whole construction process. But, of course, you're going to have to tear it down.
Well, yeah.
If you build something, you got to break it.
That's just kind of like...
That's how little boy mentality, right?
Like I said, I have brothers, I know.
Very simple. Very simple when you're a dude. Yeah. So, but, I think you had to be an idiot to tell your kid that fucking you didn't want him.
That's horrible. Like I said, don't say that to anybody.
Even if it was true, you don't tell them that.
Yeah. I'm like, they might be able to tell anyway.
Yeah.
Like, even just from your body language.
Yeah,
Okay. Now, here's one thing. In the mom's defense, well, sort of, allegedly, I have heard a couple people point out that's like, maybe she knew that something was wrong with him from the beginning. Because sometimes people know. And she was like, and that was... Like, maybe he was giving her that energy and she was returning that energy. I'm not excusing what she said or what she did or nothing like that. But I'm just saying that might explain, like, why she treated him like that. Maybe she knew something was the matter with him. And she couldn't bond with him or something. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying that might be an explanation. I'm not entirely sure if that was the case. But yeah, like I said, shit like telling your kid you don't, like I said, don't do that to anybody. Like, don't be like, oh, well, why can't you be more like blah, blah, blah? Or why can't, you suck. And it's like, I don't, I wish you were this or that and the other thing. Like, don't do that. That's horrible.
Especially like in these developmental periods.
Yeah, that's horrible. Like I said, don't do that to anybody, even if they're an adult. That's terrible.
Well, if they're adult, you could say, by the way, your birth, we didn't expect it. But we roll with it. That, because that's something that people tend not to tell people.
Yeah.
They told me that I was planned for. I don't know if it's true. Probably not. I think I was surprised, but they said, yeah, we'll do it.
I don't think I would have been bothered because, like I said, when I was in my 40s, my mom said to me, she's like, well, I didn't know if you always thought that you were an accident because my parents had me when they were 18.
Yeah.
Like, just like the September after they graduated from high school. And she said, but we didn't. We wanted to have you. I mean, they wanted to have me for, I'm not going to say nefarious purposes, but it's like, well, because my dad's parents, my grandparents, wanted to send me to the army because they didn't really like my mom. And so they said, well, let's get pregnant and then you can't go. Yeah. And so they did it on purpose. And so when my mom told me that, I was just like, that's the funniest thing ever because it literally never crossed my mind that I was like, because I never felt, I guess it would have been different if I had felt unloved or unwanted or something like that as a child, but I never felt like that. So it's just kind of like, so it never crossed my mind.
She did. I know her mom. Her mom's awesome. No,
my mom was pretty awesome.
Yeah. No, your mom did that because in her mind, that would have been a bad thing if you'd have done it by accident. So she wanted you to make sure that you were wanted.
Yeah. But like I said, I told her, I said, Mom, it literally never occurred to me that you didn't want me because you never treated me like that.
Your mother raised a lot of kids, though. She knew what that was like.
Because she never treated me like that. Yeah. And she had a lot of siblings, younger siblings also, and older ones. Because like I said, her parents had 8 kids. Yeah. So she was always around kids, and she loved kids. So it's just kind of like, I just thought it was funny that she told me that when I was an adult, and I was like, that she was worried about it all these years, and like she told me that, and I thought that was so funny. I was like, that's so cute that she was like worried about it.
You should get paid for being a mom.
Well, definitely you should.
Yeah, that's one of the best.
It's probably the hardest job in the world. I don't want to do it. That's for sure. I never wanted to do it.
And it's the most important industry because the nation needs children, or there won't be people in the future. Yeah. And a woman shouldn't be giving up career to survive. If she wants to have children, that could be a career too. You can pay them.
Yeah, I mean,
they give them a couple grand a month.
They should get something. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Like
and
I said, that's a job.
Once you give them more. Right.
That's more than a full-time job.
You just raise those kids.
It's a 24/7 job.
Because
you don't get a day off.
Because there'll be workers and taxpayers in the future. So if you ask me, the nation should pay these chicks to have babies. Okay? They just should. It's an important function. If not, you're going to have to import foreigners. And they may not like this shit. They might want to change it. They're like, oh, this isn't a religious government. We got to get rid of this government. We're going to put a religious government in. That can happen.
Tammy says, my mom had 7 kids and said she regretted having kids. It was the worst mistake of her life.
7 kids and regretted.
That's why I was the only one still speaking to her at the end of her life. Yeah, like I said, don't say, even if it's true. Because here's the thing.
Don't tell them that.
Here's the thing. A lot of women do regret having kids. Yeah. Okay? I know they do. Because I've heard it. Yeah. But don't fucking tell them that. That's another human being.
I've come across it. They tend to regret having kids with a particular dude. They're like, I should have never had that dude's child.
I get that. Yeah. Because now you're chained to that dude like forever.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Which is a bummer. Yeah. But some women do legit, like, that's kind of why when I was a teenager, I was just kind of like, yeah, I don't want to have kids because I didn't want to have that feeling. Because I was like, what if I do it and I don't like it? Like, you can't take it back. You know what I mean? This is a whole ass other person that you're responsible for now. Their well-being and everything. And I'm just like, I can't handle that kind of pressure. So I was just kind of like, I don't want to do it and then decide, nah, it's not for me. You know? So I was just kind of like, I'm pretty sure it's not for me. That's all. I just opted out. And I've never regretted opting out. Some people that didn't have kids, they say, oh, I regret not having kids. I don't. I've never regretted it. It has never crossed my mind to regret it. It's too late now because, like I said, I'm old. So yeah. So like I said, they moved around a lot. His mom sucked. Now, finally, though, they, after all the moving around, they ended up settling on like a farm type situation in Salem, Oregon. And Oregon was where all of his crimes took place. What's with Oregon and serial killers? I don't know, man. Now, okay, so let's get into the origins, the shoe fetish origin story, at least according to him. Now, he got into shoes and feet, at least according to him, when he was a little kid. And he pointed out much later on when he was caught, when he was talking to like psychiatrists and stuff, he pointed to this one formative incident that had happened when he was about 5 or 6 years old. There was actually a couple. They said, okay, so the first one was that he's 5 years old, and a family friend of theirs, they had a teenage daughter, and she was over at their house, and she like fell asleep on the bed or something like that, because she wasn't feeling good. And Jerry saw her shoes. She had high-heeled shoes on, and she was like sleeping on the bed, and I guess her feet were kind of hanging off the end of the bed. And he was just like completely fascinated by the sight of her feet in these high-heeled shoes. And so while she was sleeping, he tried to take them off her feet. And she woke up, and she didn't seem super mad or anything. She's like, "What are you doing, kid?" Like he was only 5 or something. She's like, "Get out of here." You know what I mean? So there was that. And he said he remembered that. And then around the same age, he was playing outside. He's 5 years old, and I guess his parents didn't give a shit, and you could just run around loose at 5 years old. So he's running around loose, and he's in like a junkyard or something like that. And he finds a pair of like high-heeled shoes. I've seen differing descriptions of what they look like. I guess it doesn't really matter. Some of them said they were red and open-toed. Some of them said they were leather. Some of them said they had like a rhinestone buckle or a clasp on them. But he found them in a junkyard or in a pile of shit that like his neighbors were throwing away or something like that. And he was just fascinated by these fucking shoes. And he's like, "I'm going to take these." So he took them. And he took them home and put them on. And then he flops out in them. Obviously, they were much bigger than his tiny little 5-year-old feet. And he flops out to show his mom them. She's like, "Look at what I found." You know what I mean? And she was horrified. Like, she had a fucking fit.
Made a big deal out of it, huh?
Yeah, she made, and like I said, this probably didn't help either. Like,
Yeah,
she made a huge fucking deal about it. Called him wicked, and it's like, "I don't ever want to see you wearing that sort." So like, she had a fucking fit about it.
So she just solidified it.
Yeah.
In his mind.
Oh, it's wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
Therefore hot.
So now he sexualized it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's probably is a big thing.
Yeah, she should have just won. You know, those are women's shoes. Yes, we wearing those.
I'd have been like, "Cute."
Yeah, yeah. They look good, but those aren't for you. Yeah, yeah.
It's like, yeah, go walk around.
He'd have forgotten about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I kind of feel like he would have forgotten about it. I mean, he seemed fascinated with shoes anyway, like because of the earlier incident where he tried to take the shoes off the teenage girl. Mm-hmm. But the fact that he's so fixated on them, I don't know if it would have gone as far if she hadn't had such a fucking freak out about it. So the mom, it gets worse because the mom took them away and threw them out. And then he went back and dug through the trash and got him back out and would wear them around the house, like when no one was around.
Yeah, it's an act of defiance.
Yeah, and then his mom found out that he had gone into the trash and was wearing them and stuff like that. And then she took them and she took the shoes and him outside and burned them in front of him.
So defying women, became sexy.
Yeah.
Doing what women don't want you to do.
Mm.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
And then the whole shoe foot angle to it. I see where this is going.
Nowhere good.
I see where this is. What's that? What?
It's going nowhere good.
Yeah, I see where this is going. But no, so you know, by her making a big deal out of it, it became a big deal in his mind at a formative age. And she's telling him that, "No, you can't do that." And for some reason, he sexualized that. Yeah, I can see how this is going. Has she just fucking laughed it off? Well, her own prejudices kind of went into it. Like, probably what it was is the thinking of the day was, as though my boy's putting on women's clothing, so he must be gay. It's probably what she's fucking thinking. Oh, he's attracted to these young. He's becoming gay. I gotta put a stop to this shit right now. Which, in a way, would further humiliate the boy. So now he's got. So now he's being shamed for putting the shoes on, and he's probably being accused of being gay. Because that's what she did. She saw him put those shoes on. She was, oh, my boy's gay. I gotta stop this shit.
Oh my God, it's the worst thing ever.
So he's now sexualizing shoes, and then he has to prove that he's fucking straight, and then he has to gain dominance over women at the same time. So that's what's
the weird thing about it is
that's
that
my interpretation.
he seemed like, as just going from what I know about him, he doesn't seem to have any quote unquote gay tendencies at all.
No, with the mom.
Yeah, but I'm just saying he seems like a transvestite, but a lot of transvestites are straight.
Yeah, they only have sex with women.
So, and which seems to be this dude's thing, but I don't think people made that distinction back then.
A lot of
or didn't know that.
A lot of cross dressers are not to be fucking mistaken for somebody who's transgender.
Those are two completely different things.
Somebody who's transgender wants to become a woman. A guy who is a cross-dresser likes women so much that he wants to be inside one. Basically, he wants to. See women so hot that he wants to put women's clothing on to get women closer to him.
Yeah,
is what it is. Fucking famous B-movie director Ed Wood, cross-dresser. All right. When he was under stress, he wanted to put on an Angora sweater.
Yeah, it made him feel better.
Yeah, and he was he was expressly heterosexual.
As was this guy.
Yeah, he had a lot of girlfriends and wives. He was a fucking Marine combat veteran, fucking PTSD, fought on the island of Peleliu. He claims that he was wearing women's panties and a brassiere when he was fighting in Peleliu. And he wasn't scared of getting killed. He was afraid of getting wounded and having the medics find it, and because he couldn't explain it. But he said it made him feel more at ease and more comfortable. He felt it was comforting him. He said, and it probably started with him putting his mom's clothes on when he was a little boy.
Yeah, probably.
But they liked women so much they want to be in their clothes. They want to be in their shoes, literally.
Yeah. Which, like I said, that's not weird. I don't find that weird.
Yeah, but they totally into women. Nowadays, you have something called transmaxing, and that's where you have a male incel says, "Fuck it," he's hanging up his hat. He wants to become a woman. He wants to become the woman that he wants to date, and then he wants to have lesbian sex, or sex with other transmaxing individuals. Now I don't know if that's still a thing, but
that's a stunt.
Yeah, it was a stunt. Yeah,
that's some.
But I can kind of understand that. I've actually seen photographs of guys that were transmaxing and who it was, and I could be like, yeah, you probably would make a better woman than a guy, because you look at him as a guy, you're like, eh. But then you look at him as a woman, you go, oh yeah, okay, yeah, that does suit you a little bit better. Which, whatever.
We got another super chat from the Shaby. Shaby is in the hospital.
Are you in the hospital?
Yeah, I saw it like a long time ago. Like,
so she's in the hospital room now?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Said I can't make it through the whole show.
Oh, okay.
So I'll send this from both people and myself. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much. I hope you feel better. I don't know where you're at hospital. I'm not going to ask. I'm not nosy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm in the hospital. My energy level just won't hold up for the entire time.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Like I said, I hope you feel better. I'm not going to ask you what's the matter, because that's nosy. So the whole shoe burning thing. That was probably a pretty formative. I mean, he remembered it. I don't remember shit from when I was 5. So I guess it was a big deal. Now, a couple years after this, when he's about 7-ish, he tried to steal his teacher's high-heeled shoes. Like, she would come in, and she had like comfy shoes on, and then she would change into high-heeled shoes for work. You know what I mean? And then she had like an extra pair, like in her drawer.
Yeah.
And So he decided, he knew that, so he decided, ooh, I'm gonna go get him. And he stole him, but he got caught. Now, he did confess, but they asked him, was like, why'd you take him? And he couldn't really explain it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
he's 7.
Yeah.
So.
Just liked them. Thought they were hot.
Yeah, and he couldn't really articulate why, because he's still a little kid.
Yeah.
And then as he got a little bit older, like the fetish, I guess if you want to call it that, like kind of expanded to not only encompass shoes, but also lingerie. Like, so he was really into like underwear also. Now he had a little friend who lived in the neighborhood, like another little boy. And this little boy had a bunch of older sisters, and so the two of them, when the older sisters were out, they would sneak in and like sniff all the sisters' underwear and shit like that. So I guess he got introduced to that from that kid.
So that one boy was sniffing his girlfriend, his sister's underwear.
That, I think that's kind of what I took
and his
from
friend
it.
was doing it. His friend was.
That's a little weird.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? You're 7, 8, 9 years old, and you know a neighbor kid. And he's like, hey, I got some older sisters, and they had a slumber party or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, they're all, let's go sniff their panties.
Yeah.
I'd be like, no thanks.
Well,
No,
I remember
no
what it was
thanks.
like being a little boy. When you're a little boy, you're animalistic. Like, we used to run around, fucking, do all kinds of shit. Me and the other boys, and we'd have little packs of dogs running with us. So you're kind of like you're at the animal level. Yeah, leave them alone. The dog's your friend. That kind of shit. So I think that's
It's just very strange.
yeah. The little boy was so much into it, he didn't care it was his own sister. He didn't care.
Well, I think at this stage,
It's just
like
women,
I said,
girls. Yeah.
I think at this
Yeah.
stage, they were, I mean, you have to think too, this is like the 40s.
Yeah.
And these boys are 7, 8 years old.
Yeah.
And I don't think they really understand why they want to do it. They
Yeah.
just know they want to do it, and it seems kind of cool and like illicit. You know what I mean? But they don't know why they're doing it, though.
Well, so far he's being taught that women's clothing are naughty.
Yeah, true.
Naughty and attractive.
Like, yeah, that there's something like
It's a
bad about it.
It's
So
sexual paraphernalia. That's what that's how he's seeing it.
yeah. Which, yeah, I think that's kind of like maybe that was catalyzed by his mom burning the shoes. Was that... Because I'm sure he probably saw his mom or like other women wearing high-heeled shoes, because a lot of women did back then. So it's just a lot of women do nowadays.
Yeah, they still do.
So it's just kind of like, so he's like, oh, I see. So women's clothing is bad, or you're not supposed to. You're not supposed to.
Yeah, it's bad, naughty.
Like it.
It's sexual. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
sexuality's bad.
so it got all like tied up
'Cause
together.
these items are clothing. These are things that only women wear.
Yeah.
The female heel, brasiers, lingerie, stockings. Yeah. So it just becomes sexual paraphernalia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So evidently, as he kind of gets a little bit older, like closer to puberty age, I don't think, I mean, considering the parents that he had, they didn't really give him the talk, you know what I mean? So he didn't really know what sex was or what it entailed or anything like that. But he was real into peeping Tom type shit. You know what I mean? But the thing about it was that he was a little bit runty. He had like bad acne. So obviously girls weren't paying much attention to him. And so even when he said later that he did start jerking off, as most kids do, like around this age, but he couldn't get there. Like he couldn't ejaculate. You know what I mean? He had wet dreams all the time, he said, but he couldn't like ejaculate even when he was like thinking about stuff. But he said that his mom, she would come in and like find the stains on the sheets, you know what I mean? And then she would she would freak out. You have to wash these right now. What are you doing? You know what I mean? So it's like, again, making everything like dirty, which that's not great. Not great. It definitely didn't help with this dude's fucking mental issues. So when he's an early teenager, not long after he goes through puberty, he starts becoming a peeping Tom. Like I said, he starts stalking a bunch of girls in the neighborhood, taking pictures of them without them knowing. And he started stealing underwear and bras and stuff, like off of clotheslines and whatnot.
He's got a shit ton of these little paraphilias and stuff.
Yes.
Now, peeping toms are not always serial killers, but serial killers are always into some kind of peeping tom action when they start out.
That's why peeping tom,
pool.
It doesn't sound like a big deal, but peeping tom shit almost always leads to worse shit, because that's like the early stages.
Yeah.
Shit, I've been watching this true crime show called Southern Fried Homicide, and there was a show on there last night about a girl that was indeed killed by a dude that was a peeping tom, and a lot of people had seen him like around the neighborhood, like he kept looking at people's windows and shit like that. Turned out he was a fucking serial killer.
Yeah, and the cops would catch him outside people's window playing pocket pool.
Yeah, that's a
hole in his pocket.
I love the way that one cop said he was just out there
playing
pocket pool. He said.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. I have heard that euphemism before, but I just thought it was funny that he said it like that.
Now, there's a shit ton of those dudes. All right? Most of them are not serial killers, though. But your serial killers come from that pool.
They always start out like that.
And the same,
it's a red flag,
right,
big time.
And there's a shit ton more sexual rapists, serial sexual rapists.
Yeah.
Come from that pool. Because eventually he's playing pocket pool, he's going to go, I'm going to go in that house and go get her.
Well, yeah, it's just like I said, it just builds up to...
Right, yeah.
Because look, you're already getting off on the fact that you're looking at someone who is not consenting.
Yeah, secretly. It's like
to being
voyeurism.
watched.
Yeah.
So that's already, like I said, that's already down a bad road. Yeah. And a lot of them will just continue going down that road until it gets really bad.
Yeah.
So even though, peeping tom doesn't sound that bad, but it usually leads to worse shit.
Yeah, usually it leads to, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to get it. And then after he gets it, he's like, I can't let her go. She'll rat me out. So he kills her.
Yeah. Like I said, it ramps up.
Yeah. Serial killer is a serial rapist that just kills the victim, so he doesn't go to prison. And then they'll start fantasizing about the killing and sexualize that.
Yeah.
You know, the Dennis Rader thing where, oh man, you look beautiful tied up, but if I'm going to kill you now. It's weird.
Tom Baker says Peeping Tom was a fantastic 1960 movie. I agree. Yeah. I think both of us reviewed it or I just reviewed it, but it was a long time ago. And he said, I love Michael Powell movies. Peeping Tom is more disturbing than Psycho. Yeah, I mean, they came out the same year, and Peeping Tom did not get quite the rapturous reputation that Psycho got, unfortunately. Psycho's a great movie, don't get me wrong, but Peeping Tom is really, and goes farther, in my opinion, than Psycho. This is a British film, and, it's a lot more, I think it's more disturbing, also. I like them both probably about equally, but I would argue that probably Peeping Tom is more disturbing than Psycho. It's pretty messed up for a movie that came out in 1960. So yeah. So he's doing Peeping Tom type shit. Nothing violent yet. But as his teens went on, as happens with a lot of these Peeping Tom type people, the fantasies began to slowly get more violent, and he would eventually act out on them, as we know, because we're here talking about serial killers, Now, when he was about 16 years old, Jerry digs a hole or a tunnel type situation in the back. It was either in the backyard of his house or around his house, because his house was a farmhouse, so they had quite a bit of land, I think. So he dug that because his fantasy was that he was going to kidnap women and keep them down there, right? Which that's not good when you're 16, thinking about that kind of stuff. I'm gonna dig this big hole, and then I'm gonna keep women down here. I'm gonna have captive women. And so he was trying this whole time, trying to figure out, according to him, how he was going to best kidnap some women that he could keep in this fucking hole that he was digging. This bunker that he was fantasizing about making. Which, again, kind of BTK. Because he had the whole thing. He had, drawings and shit about, dungeon shit he wanted to do. And, all these kind of fantasies about it. So, similar kind of energy we're talking about. Now, thankfully, no women were ever kidnapped and put in this hole that he was digging for that purpose. But one thing that he did do when he was about 16 years old was he was able to, this neighborhood girl that he kind of knew, he gave her some story like, hey, come to my house and do this, and she didn't really think anything about it, you know what I mean? Because he seemed kind of normal. So he lures her somehow with some story to go to, this is so weird. This is so weird. When I read this, I was like, this is the weirdest shit ever. Like, he lures her to the bedroom, like, somehow. And then he leaves the room like, hey, gotta go do something for a minute. And then he comes back a couple minutes later with a different shirt on and a mask, and he has a knife with him. And then he says, take all your clothes off. And he's gonna stab her, you know what I mean? So she does, and then he starts taking pictures of her like he has a Polaroid. And he takes a bunch of naked pictures of her, right? And then he leaves the room, and then a couple minutes later, he comes back with his original shirt on, no mask, and his hair all messed up. And he says, man, somebody just threw me in the barn. Like, what happened?
Yeah.
Even though it was obviously the same kid.
That's funny.
I was like, what the fuck? Like, how stupid is this child? I don't know. Like I said.
How old was he again?
I think he's about 16.
And
when he did this.
Who was the girl that he took?
Just like a neighbor girl that he kind of knew.
Now, this is the 40s, right?
This is well, let's see. He was born in 1939, so this is probably 50s at this point.
50s. Okay, he couldn't develop those photos on their own. They didn't have.
I said Polaroid. Did they have Polaroid?
Polaroid was just a brand.
I know that, but did they have a Polaroid?
No, they didn't have instant.
Although they did have that. What was that other camera called? Insta something. They had one that was kind of like a Polaroid.
That would instantly make you.
I think, but I'm not really sure. This is 50s.
Yeah.
Although he might have taken them. Well, he did like later on, kind of build a little bit of his own photo studio. So he might have been developing his own. But I think a lot of the later ones he took Polaroid.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I don't think Polaroids were Polaroid, but like I said, was a brand name. You know what I mean? They had all different kinds of films and cameras and stuff.
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm talking about.
You're talking about that Instamatic.
The instant, yeah. Instamatic.
I think Instamatic actually came out in the 70s.
I don't know. I'd have to look up. Because some people did ask about that.
Search that for it.
Somebody did ask about that.
Yeah.
And they were like, where was he developing these photos?
Yeah, because you'd have to develop them.
But like I said, two things I heard is like either he had Instamatic / Polaroid, you know, the instant development, you know, everybody knows what that means when you say Polaroid. Or there were things that like later on he had his own developing studio. So maybe he was developing his own photos. So, you know what I mean? So he wasn't taking them to they didn't have 1 hour photo back then, you know what I mean?
Right. Serial killers couldn't.
Yeah, see, Victor says, Google says Polaroid instant cameras were first sold in 1948.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So yeah, so like I said, I thought they were older than people. I knew there was like a big thing for them in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, I thought that was the 70s.
But I thought they were older.
Okay, all right.
So yeah, so you could have done it. Because everything I read about him said it was like a Polaroid or an Instamatic.
Because the Polaroid I knew had that fucking white thing on the bottom.
Yeah.
White space on the bottom. You know what that space was on the bottom? My understanding, that was the battery to run the flash.
Yeah.
You know how the Instamatic camera had a big, thick white stripe along the bottom? Evidently, there's a fucking flexible battery in there, and that runs the flash. That's what I heard. That was evidently the thing that Unabomber used as a fucking ignition source for his letter bombs.
Yeah.
Was what he got out of that each one of those Polaroid films. He'd pull it out of there and steal it. Put it in a letter to fucking run a fucking blasting cap, basically.
Grabster says it does seem like serial killers were ubiquitous in the 70s and 80s, for sure. I suspect we have just as many today, but they get caught much sooner thanks to DNA testing and cameras everywhere. I think that's probably what it is. I think there's also kind of... I feel like it's gone more toward like a mass shooter type situation because we do have a lot of more of that kind of shit.
It's very different though.
That's kind of a different pathology.
It's attention seeking.
So I don't know if the same cultural and also physiological, because like I said, because of all the lead gasoline and stuff like that, I don't think the same cauldron of factors exists
Lead, gas,
that produced all of the serial killer heyday in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Because crime, in general, particularly violent crime, like took a sharp nosedive in the 90s, and hasn't really gone back to those levels since. There's little spikes here and there, but it's not like it was.
I think porn and fetish porn does two things. It saps male incel for sexual energy. They're too busy watching porn.
Gooning.
Yeah, and then there's gooning, and then there's fetish porn and fetish sites, so people can understand why it is that they like what they like, and they can.
And there's other people that like that too, and it's okay.
They're not as alienated, and they can get the kind of porn they need for that fetish.
And even
and
people
they kind
that
of vents it out of their system, I think.
Even people that are brought up in really restrictive households, I mean, they can still access the internet, even if they have to go on their phone or the library or something like that. So it's like they can see that there's a wider world out there, and there's other people that are into the same shit as them, and it's not as weird as they thought, and all this other kind of shit. And I think that does go a long way toward, because they're not so isolated.
Gen Z is the most pornoized generation. They've seen the most of it at the earliest age, and the studies of the statistics say that they're the least sexually active. It's because they're not really sexually frustrated. They're kind of turned off.
Like I said, they're probably kind of, there's so much of it.
There's
so
just
much
of it that they don't care, about it, and that they're not as sexually driven.
It's like when they try to get you to quit smoking by like making you smoke until you get sick.
Right,
it's just kind of like that. Maybe they've just seen so much of it, they're just like desensitized, you know? So they're just like, nothing interests them anymore, so they're just like, eh.
They're gonna have mental illnesses and weird shit like this.
Well,
but it won't manifest.
It won't manifest in
this way. It'll manifest as something else. Part of this is sexual repression.
Yeah, and that's not the only thing. I mean, there's still serial killers out there. As Tammy has pointed out, we still have plenty of serial killers out there. A lot of indigenous women go missing in the USA and Canada, just underreported. Yeah, for sure, because I've written about a lot of those cases.
This particular dude lived in an environment that was sexually repressive in the way that at an early age his mother freaked the fuck out that he showed up with high heels on.
Which, like I said, that is like not a thing that you would, because like little boys like dress up in clothes.
He was just playing.
It's not weird.
He was just playing. But his mother punished him for that, so that and then it sexualized
and made a huge fucking deal about it.
So now this is something he's trying to do out of a sense of rebellion against his mom.
I mean,
I'm gonna do what I want to do. So, you know, that's
like I said, probably not the best. He probably would have had a shoe fetish anyway, because he was attracted to those shoes and was attracted. But the fact that she made such a huge fucking deal about it
made him worse.
Probably tipped it over into like the dark side. You know what I mean? I'm not saying it was just that one thing. I think it was, but
he couldn't go online and find a peer group going, we like.
Like
shoes.
I said, that's very common.
So he couldn't put it in.
That's like vanilla common.
Yeah, and he fucking put it. He couldn't put it in proper perspective. So then he internalizes it that I'm a sicko. I do bad shit. I like shoes. I like So
might as well do the worst shit imaginable.
I'm gonna do what I want to do. I'm not gonna listen to these women. I'm gonna let my mother control me. I'm gonna go fuck these women up with their shoes. You know, it's just some weird, twisted, contorted shit. But I can see it.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Yeah.
Like I said, especially if you were real young and still at a very formative age.
Wouldn't happen today with.
No.
It wouldn't happen today. A woman today would see the boy take their shoes. Stop fucking with my shoes. You're gonna break them.
And that would be the extent of it.
And then the kid moves on and doesn't even forgot.
Yeah,
a couple years later, he even forgot.
No one would flip out about it.
I wore the shoes. That was funny. Yeah,
it's like that. Yeah, no one would even make a thing about it, which he shouldn't, because it's not. It's not that weird.
No, little kids do all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just having fun.
So between the time that he was 16 and 17 years old, this seemed to be like his MO for a little while. Like he would kind of lure girls to his house, lure them or sometimes force them at knife point. And they were usually, his peers, like other neighborhood girls and stuff like that, about his age, other teenagers. And he would take them to this barn, like on the farmland. And then he would make them take their clothes off. He'd say, I'm going to stab you if you don't take your clothes off. And then he would take pictures of them and then he would lock them up for a little while, and then he would do the same shit where he would like run out and then come back with a different shirt and his hair messed up and be like, oh, I was locked up in somewhere else. It's like, that was Ed. That was my twin brother. He would do that kind of shit.
Yeah, and I'm sure the girls knew it was bullshit.
Like, you know, did he hurt you? Like, he's kind of messed up. He would do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, I'm sure the girls were like, what the fuck? This dude's crazy.
Are you crazy?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they didn't tell on him, though, evidently.
None of them did. It's apparently...
They were little kids, too. I guess
they were teenagers, and it's like, they just they probably thought it was so fucking weird, or they would probably get blamed, or something.
People make fun of them for taking.
Or people would make fun of them. And it's like, why did you do what he said? And it's like, why? You know, he's a weirdo and all this other kind of stuff. So they're just like, they probably didn't want to deal with all that drama. So they didn't say anything about it. And the thing about it was that at this point, as far as we know, he didn't actually literally rape any of them. I'm not saying that makes it better. I'm just saying that
he's trying it out.
He was trying it out. Like I said, he's escalating. He's getting women to take their clothes off at knife point, taking photos of them, which he's jerking off to later. And then kind of like sometimes he would like kind of touch them or fondle them or something like that, but it didn't seem like it went much farther than
it's also a power thing. He could do it and get away with it. He can make a girl do this.
Yeah.
So he has a sense of control.
He's also really, like I said, and he also had like a big collection of like shoes and underwear and stuff like that he had stolen. Yeah. Like from clotheslines and various other places. So he had like a huge collection, which they found when they caught him many years later. Now, on one occasion, when he's about, again, I guess he's about 16, 17 years old, he actually talked this girl, who was about his age, she was about 17, to go on a date with him. And I guess she did, out of pity, perhaps. Maybe he was alright, I don't know. Like, he seemed like a weirdo, but I don't know. So he drove her out to this kind of deserted road. Hey, we're gonna go on this date. Let's go to this fucking road where nobody... That's, like I said, big red flag. So, maybe not as much back then, but nowadays, you're driving somebody out to a dirt road in the middle of nowhere. I'm like, nope, let me out right now. So, driving her out there and then forces her to take her clothes off, or says, take your clothes off, like, right now. And she said no. And then he pretty much, like, grabbed her by the hair and, like, dragged her out of the car and started to beat the shit out of her. Ended up breaking her nose. Like, so he started, like, punching her in the face. So she starts screaming. Good for her. And there happened to be, like, this kind of young couple that were driving by, and they heard her screaming. So they stopped. And kind of came in, it's like, what the fuck is going on? And Jerry says, oh, she fell out of the car. And they're like, what? No. And then she's like, well, no, never mind. She didn't fall out of the car. She was attacked by this other guy. And I very bravely, like, intervened and saved her. And again, they were like, no. That's not what happened. And I'm sure she was like, that's not what fucking happened. Like, Jesus Christ. So obviously they did not believe him.
He's setting up an alter ego fucking alibi.
I mean, what the fuck?
I didn't do it. Somebody else did it. He's compartmentalizing.
And look, the girl that he hit is right there. Yeah. And the fact that he's saying some random weirdo came and like beat her up and I saved her. And she's just like looking at him like, what the fuck? She's probably doing that.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
BTK. Kind of the same thing. It's not me. It's the Minotaur. It's what the what do you call it? The energy. No. What was it? BTK said the edge. Is that what he called it?
No, I don't remember what it was.
He had a certain thing about it. It wasn't him because he was a good man doing good for the community. That's what he considered himself, a good man doing good for the community. But then sometimes he'd become a Minotaur, basically.
Yeah, well, he called it, I mean, we would call it compartmentalization. He called it cubing.
Cubing, yeah.
Which is kind of the same thing. You're putting things in little cubes or little boxes.
In a way,
I get why he called it that.
He's doing what he wants to do, but then he's kind of like giving himself an alibi. It wasn't really me. And you know it wasn't me. Somebody else did it. I think
the weird thing about these kind of people, and I see this not just in serial killers, but I see this in a lot of kind of people that do terrible things. You know,
gaslighting. He's gaslighting.
Well, what he's doing is... It's almost like it's a weird, I don't know if this is the right word to use, but it's almost kind of like a weird kind of essentialism. Well, I'm a good person.
Yeah.
at heart.
Yeah.
At core.
Right.
So I would never do anything like that. Therefore, if I did do something like that, then something else must be responsible, or there must be some other cause or something like that. So again, they're trying to like justify doing terrible shit because they can't fathom doing something because they're a good person.
Well, it's a way of them getting their fix and then socially trying to fucking put salve on it. It wasn't me.
But honestly,
he's denying it. It wasn't me.
I mean, behavior makes the person. There is no, I don't believe in this whole essentialism where you're just kind of like, oh, well, they're a good person at heart, but they also rape people and do. No, that's not a good person. I'm sorry. I don't care what mental gymnastics you do to fucking.
That's why you go to prison.
Justify that.
If you go to prison,
you're not a good person.
You might have a multifaceted personality, but if you do,
everyone does.
Yeah, everybody does. But you're going to prison.
It's like, I don't care if it's like, it's like, oh, well, I also love puppies. Cool.
Right,
you're still going to prison because you're still a fucking rapist.
Right,
you know what I mean? It's like, it's not, there's no kind of thing. It's like, oh, well, at heart, I'm a good person, but I do all these terrible things.
Yeah.
No, you're a terrible person that has a couple of redeeming qualities. That's all that is.
A terrible person in denial is what you are.
That's all it is. There is no, I don't think there is any core good person, and I don't think there's any of that. Like I said, everyone is a series of thoughts and behaviors and things like that, and it's just kind of like that's all anyone is.
And we're all multifaceted.
Everyone is.
It's been proven through brain studies.
Everyone is
that these ideas that you think you're coming up with, your conscious mind didn't come up with those. Your subconscious mind, and there's several of them in there in a conversation, came up with this idea and gave it to you. You know what I mean? Gave you permission to do it. The mind is a perpetual intercourse. Is the perpetual fucking conversation between a whole bunch of inner entities in you, and then they're in your subconscious. And then they come up with a result, and they make you think it was your idea.
Yeah.
But now it's been proven. You've decided to do things before you know you decided to do it.
Like I said, every single human being, just as a symptom of being a human being, you're just kind of a whole constantly conflicted
you're a committee
maelstrom.
You're a committee
of people with differing opinions and all this other kind of stuff. There is no core you that's like a good person and you're doing all these things. It's like that's not like that. It's not like that.
It was described to me as that we're actually a committee.
Yeah.
That's discussing things.
And like I said, everyone is.
And then they come up with something.
So that's why I don't get, but a lot of serial killers still kind of hew to that. Well, I'm a good person deep down, or I'm a good person at heart, but I do this, and so they compartmentalize, like you said, they put it in different boxes.
And there's biological evidence for this. It's called split brain patients, and that was a patient where they made a cut in between.
Well, they used to do that as a treatment for severe epilepsy. They would cut your corpus callosum.
Yeah, and then what happens is
which
the
did help.
right hemisphere and the left hemisphere now no longer communicate. And the two hands, each one controls another hand, will fucking say yes or no to actions.
They'll do different shit.
At the same time. And it really fucks you up.
It's crazy.
And it's because really everything you do and think is a group effort.
Yeah.
Between a bunch of systems inside and personalities in your mind that are checking one another.
Yeah.
It's weird.
And a bunch of imperfect systems.
Yeah. And this is all happening in your subconscious. Most of you is in the subconscious. Your conscious waking self is really kind of a facade. It's like the screen on a laptop. The real processing is happening inside all these CPU. You know, your subconscious. And Carl Jung talked about it. We did a show on a lot of what Carl Jung's done, collected the unconscious and the collective unconscious, which you've been starting to get into quantum physics and shit. And consciousness has something to do with quantum physics. Roger Penrose and fucking some of the best quantum physicians out there. What was that other guy's name that did the quantum the work with Roger Penrose? Penrose, what I'm saying?
Stuart Hameroff.
Stuart Hameroff. Yeah. Your consciousness is a fucking weird thing, and a lot of it is happening in the quantum world. It's hard. I don't know where I'm going with this, but fucking,
I don't know either.
Yeah. Yeah. There isn't one you, there's a bunch of yous. They're fighting each other.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is like this dude clearly thought I don't know if he thought everyone was dumb and they would fall for his stupid bullshit or not.
Yeah.
But he really did seem to have what a lot of serial killers have, that think that because they compartmentalize, they can be. And Tom Baker just pointed out, Kenneth McDuff, who was another killer, said he was a nice guy. Yeah. Everyone says I'm a nice guy. Yeah, see, a lot of them have that
McDuff
fallacy. Yeah, because
that was a bad dude. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we did a show about him a long time ago. But it's just that's the thing, and it's like I was like, look, if you do this kind of shit, you are not in any possible interpretation of the word a nice guy.
No.
At all.
No.
Not even in the nice guy TM.
No, hell no. You're a fucking monster.
Yeah.
I'm a bad dude. I couldn't do what McDuff did. Torturing women to death in the back of a car with cigarettes and then beating her and fucking...
I mean, like I said, I would submit
a little bit
that you were just a monster that maybe has a couple of redeeming qualities, perhaps.
McDuff lived to kill and torture small women. I mean... That was another one that had a weird relationship with his mom. His mom doted on him a lot, but kind of neglected him, didn't care what he was doing. So he didn't fucking believe in his mother's approval, really. And he killed his first girl, I think, when he was like 16 or 17 with a damn broomstick, jamming it so hard into her fucking throat it killed her. And after she killed her little boyfriend and a little friend, he shot them with pistols, and he made her get in the trunk. And he was a teenager. And then took her out and killed her and then threw her over a fence. I remember that. And he got life imprisonment for that in Texas. But then they overturned a bunch of shit and let him out. Which I don't understand how they did that. How they let a dude out like that.
People that do shit like that don't get better.
Nah. That was part of his fucking sexuality to do that kind of shit.
Beastnest said, yeah, Mrs. Otero was visibly upset. Yeah. That's the thing. And yeah, Beastnest said, Brader hanged that teenager. I don't even think she was a teenager. I think she was 10. And whacked off on her. Now that's messed up. Yeah, and then somehow had the audacity to, like, act like he was some upstanding fucking citizen. You do that, and he did it multiple times. Not that exact thing, but similar things. You do that one fucking time, you are not an upstanding citizen in any definition of that word. You're a monster and should be put away forever. Sorry. Nothing you do good outweighs that. Sorry. It just doesn't. I don't understand why they think it does. Well, they're fucked up, obviously. So yeah, so this whole thing, it's kind of, if it wasn't so sick, it would kind of be funny that he literally takes this girl on a date, asks her to take her clothes off, she's like, fuck no, and then he beats her up, and then these two other people come along, and he tries to spin some fucking yarn about some other dude coming into it, when everyone's like, obviously that's not what happened. The thought that he thought somebody would buy that is fucking hilarious. So the couple, okay, so I've heard two versions of the story. Either the couple was like, both of you get in the car, we're taking it to the police station, or they called the cops and the cops came. I'm not really sure but they did call the cops. Good for them. And here's the hilarious thing. Here's another hilarious thing that shows how fucked up this kid was. And he's still a kid at this point. He's still a teenager. He's 16, 17. So they take him to the police station and be like, bro, what the fuck? And he says, at first, he's kind of like, well, I didn't do anything. Like, he stuck to his story. But then when they kept hammering him, he was like, okay, no. What happened was I was just trying to scare her because I wanted her to take her clothes off so I could take pictures of her. I'm like, not helping your case, really. You know? And I said, he said, I never did anything like this before. A lie. But I said, oh, I just got mad. And that my temper got the better of me, he said. Now you'd think, because this is still the 1950s, I kind of expected everyone would be like, yeah, boys will be boys, shit will happen, stuff like that. But thankfully, in this case, they actually did do something about it. They actually did file charges of assault and battery against him. And then they went and searched his house. So cops actually did their job in this regard. Because I feel like in this era, if this happened, because I've written about a lot of true crime cases, some of them from this era, and a lot of times a dude will do this to a girl will go to the cops, or somebody else will go to the cops and report it, and they'll be just like, dudes will do that. You know what I mean? He just got mad. It's all right. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't really take it all that seriously. But they did seem to take it seriously in this regard. So they did charge him. So they went and searched his house, or at least his bedroom, like, because he still lived at home. And they found a whole bunch of, like, women's clothing, panties and stuff, shoes. And they found a whole bunch of Polaroid pictures of naked teenage girls. One of whom they recognized because it was like a neighbor girl. So they called this girl up and said, "What? We found this picture. What the hell was up with that?" And she told them, because she hadn't reported it at the time, but she told them about, it's like this fucking weirdo, like, invited me over to the house and, like, made me take my clothes off at night point, and then he left the room and came back and said that it was his twin brother and all this other kind of shit. Yeah. So at this point, they actually said, so they sent him to juvie at first. Now, at juvie, they said, okay, this kid obviously has some issues. So they sent him for psychiatric evaluation, rightfully so, to the Oregon State Hospital. So they put him in the Oregon State Hospital in April of 1956, and he was in there for 9 months. Although I will note that they let him out during the day to still go to school, but then he would come back to the hospital at night, like, to sleep there. You know what I mean? But they did, I guess so like I said, they did realize that something was wrong with him, to their credit. They didn't do enough about it, but I'm happy that in 1956 they did recognize, hey, this kid's kind of fucked up. Maybe we should do something about it.
They knew something was going to happen.
They knew something was bad. Yeah. So they did send him to a mental facility. Like I said, they probably didn't do as much as they could have, but, it was the time, I suppose.
That's all they would have done. Got sent him to a loony bin.
Yeah. So they did send him there, like I said.
The loony bin wouldn't know what to do with him either. That's the problem.
Well, they let him go to school during the day. Now, he had a bunch of different evaluations at the hospital. And they thought he suffered from depression. Also, that he was schizotypal. That he didn't have schizophrenia, necessarily. But that he had tendencies in that direction. And that probably, like, he wasn't severely mentally ill. Like, he didn't have delusions or anything like that. But, he wasn't right. And they also figured out that he had these very intense sexual fantasies that centered around hatred for women, violence toward women, and a lot of it was specifically generated by his relationship with his mother, that he was trying to get back at her. So they did kind of they were pretty on the ball with this in the 1950s.
They weren't dumb.
So fair play to them.
Yeah.
Now, after they let him out, 9 months later, they sent him back to live with his parents, obviously, because he was still a teenager. So he did graduate from high school. Again, very average student. He was like in the middle or lower third of his class or whatever. And then 2 years after that, he joined the Army. Now, he actually trained as a communications technician. And he was pretty good at it. Like, everybody said he was really good at his job. But he didn't really, like, there was no distinction. Like, he didn't really do anything that anyone noted or anything like that. And a lot of his fellow soldiers, or whatever you want to call them,
they were soldiers,
thought that he was kind of a weirdo.
Yeah.
They said that one of the words they used was fantasist. Like, he was one of those kind of guys that said, I've got this really hot Korean girlfriend who sneaks into my bed at night, and you guys wouldn't know her because she's in Korea, or whatever the fuck. Like, he would come up with shit like that. They thought he was weird because he would come up with shit like that. So, again, a very fantasist kind of personality. So, they actually ended up kicking him out of the Army. He wasn't in there very long. Because they said he was psychologically unfit.
Yeah.
Again, everybody knew he was a weirdo. So they kicked him out. So he moved back in with his parents. And he did find a job. He worked as an electrical engineer at a radio station. And the other people that worked there thought he was just normal. They said he was pretty, like, quiet and mild-mannered. They said he wasn't real ambitious or nothing like that, but he didn't seem weird to them or nothing like that. And he was, like, really good at his job.
Getting kicked out of the Army in the 50s is a big deal.
I kind of thought that too, because I was like, man, they must have really thought he was a weirdo.
That was a draftee army. Dudes had to go. They would just get picked to go. You could volunteer too.
I mean, he did volunteer as far as I know.
And the standards were rock bottom. They just weren't. They're not good. You know what I mean? You could be illiterate and make it in the army. So getting kicked out of the army, I bet you was a fucking pretty big blow to him, to his ego.
Yeah.
You have to be a real loser to get kicked out of the army in the 50s.
Yeah, there's not a lot of detail about why exactly he got kicked out. All I could find out was, what they said was he was just, like, not psychologically fit to be in the army, and a lot of the other soldiers, complained about him being weird. Yeah,
if you're new to the show, I was in the army for the first fucking Gulf War. I was and stationed up in Korea on the DMZ, 101st Airborne Division, fucking 101st, 1327 Recon, 506. I was only in for 4 years, and then I did security type contracting and salesman and shit. But after in the second, I was in the army at the time when the army was fucking really good. That was during the first Gulf War. Fucking, it was a tight ass army, and we were so really proud that we were not a draftee army. We were all professionals. We chose it. In his era, in the 70s, they were drafted.
This is the 50s. This is 1959.
Yeah, 50s was post World War II. It was not really, the Army was not really known for its quality. The Marine Corps was a lot better then. When I was in, there was parity between the Army and the Marine Corps. We had better shit than them. We had a bigger budget. They went to our schools. But I'm just saying, you're in the 50s, you can look at Elvis. Dudes thought it was their duty, like patriotic duty, to go to military. If you got drafted, okay, I'm going to serve.
It wasn't that long after World War II, so you could see why everyone was still kind of riding that.
Yeah, and if you got drafted, your term was short. It might be a year, 2 years. And getting kicked out of that was a disgrace. So that may have accelerated his fucking descent into fucking madness. When you got kicked out of the army in that period, you would have fucking had some inadequacy issues, and they said you're mentally fucked up. That didn't make it better. I don't think the army could have helped him though. He probably needed to be.
I think he was probably past.
Yeah.
I mean, he was in a hospital. Maybe that helped a little bit, but it's just like it seemed like. I don't know. I think he was just kind of on the path, and I don't think anything could
to help one of these dudes. You could only
point.
Help them in the teens before they killed anybody.
Maybe even younger than that.
Yeah,
honestly.
Yeah,
because a lot of serial, not all of them. Some of them you don't know, but a lot of serial killers do display symptoms pretty early on in their childhood that sometimes don't seem like a big deal at the time, but like in hindsight, obviously you're like, oh duh, we should have seen it. I don't know. I'm not saying that like every time your kid does a weird fucked up thing, like you'd be like, oh my god, serial killer. But
I do think you could help a lot of these guys. Not all of them. You could probably help a lot of them if you caught them early.
Yeah.
And you'd have to catch them with peers. In other words, somebody their own age, and they have to fall in with dudes that approve of them and that are doing something that's productive, so that he could build a new identity. A new positive identity and distance himself from the
give them some other identity to latch onto rather than this weird fucked up shit that they're coming up with in their mind.
You have to catch them before they did anything real bad, like fucking a murder, and you have to catch them probably around 17 or before.
No, earlier.
Yeah,
because
I think it's 17. Because I know some dudes that got turned around at around 17, 18, and it was under the influence of other dudes, like fucking. Gramthers knows the dude I'm talking about, a dude named John. John, what was that motherfucker's name? We went to high school with him, and he was a fucking bully, man, a super asshole. And then he realized that nobody liked him because he was a bully. And he became very cool. John.
That's some self-awareness that a lot of bullies don't have.
Yeah,
sadly.
Right. He was on a way. Fucking Gramthers probably still in there. He was on the road to going to prison for a major fucking problem. And no, he apologized to people that he bullied. and
like
changed,
I said,
and
that's a
changed
level
his
of
way.
self-awareness that most
Changed his
people
ways.
that bully,
And then became a good dude. Everybody liked him.
they have a personality type that is not
Yeah.
conducive
Got a job.
to insight.
Yeah.
So it's very rare.
Grampers might remember the dude I'm talking about. And I don't know if he stayed straightened out forever, but he got a lot better. He was able to make friends and stuff, and was starting to build a new identity.
Yeah, Tom Baker said, same as Gerard Schaefer. Yeah, we did a show about that dude too. But a different MO. They threw Rodney Alcala out of the army too. I had forgotten about that. Yeah, the dating game killer. We also did a show about him. Yeah, I'm sure, like I said, I'm sure that doesn't help. A lot of these dudes, you know, sometimes because of their upbringing, sometimes just because of their nature, they have super, super fragile egos. So, like, any kind of slight, any kind of setback is going to put them into a tailspin and just fuck their whole entire life up. So, you know, it happens a lot with these kind of people, you know, these types of dudes. So, he has a job. So he's being like a regular person. Now, he was living with his parents at the time. Now, his older brother, because remember I said he had an older brother, he was away at college, so his mom let him sleep in the older brother's room. But when the older brother came back from college, they say, okay, Jerry, go sleep in the shed, pretty much. So, you know, it hasn't really gotten any better. And he's probably like 18, 19 this stage. Now, around this time, this is when his fetishism... And I'm using fetishism deliberately because having a fetish in the common parlance is different than the actual clinical term fetishism, which actually means you have this paraphilia so intensely that you can't actually get off unless this very specific set of circumstances are met, and it's causing other problems in your life. You know what I mean? So this is where it starts getting violent. So right about 1960. So he's about 20, 21 around this period. Right? Because he was born in 19... Yeah, he's 21. He sees this woman wearing kind of a revealing, or what he thought was a revealing outfit. And he followed her. And he followed her all the way back to her apartment. And either he talked his way in or broke in. I'm not entirely sure. And then strangled her. He didn't kill her, but he strangled her until she was unconscious, and then stole her shoes and took off. He did not rape her, thankfully for her, although, you know, he would do that later. But so this was the first time that he actually went and put his hands on somebody in this violent kind of way and knocked her out. And he did it again not too long after that. Again, he sees another woman who's wearing an outfit that he really likes, and he starts following her, wearing some shoes that he likes, and he tried to do the same thing. Like, he tried to strangle her, but she was like, oh no, motherfucker, and she fought him, and so he only managed to get one of her shoes before, you know, she fucking kicked the shit out of him. I don't know. I hope she kicked the shit out of him. I don't know if she did. Now, so he has these three shoes, because he stole two from the first woman and one from the second one. And he took these back to the shed that he was at this point sleeping in behind his parents' house, because they kind of made him sleep out there, because the golden boy brother had come back from college. And he would sleep with the shoes. You know? Now, he did not get arrested for either of these. I guess the girls didn't report it. The women didn't report it for whatever reason. Like I said, 1960, not sure I would have reported it either. So, you know, but he didn't get in trouble for either of these. But he said later on that he slept with those shoes, like, for a long time. So, a little bit weird. So, about a year later, he's about 22 at this point. I think he was 22. And he meets this 17-year-old girl named Ralphine. Now, some sources I saw, because will be, spoiler alert, his eventual wife. Some sources I saw called her Darcy. I'm not entirely sure why. I'm pretty sure her name was Ralphine. But I don't know why some documentaries I saw called her Darcy. I don't know why that happened. But whatever. Maybe it was, I don't know. Maybe it was some pseudonym given to her for whatever reason. But I'm pretty sure her real name was Ralphine. And I've seen a picture of her too. Now, he actually met her. It's kind of funny because there was this kid who was a teenager that he knew that would come to the radio station because he was real into radio shit, like technical shit. He was kind of nerding out about it. So he'd come to the radio station sometimes. And so him and Jerry kind of got to be friends. And Jerry kind of jokingly said, hey, go find me a girlfriend or something like that. And the kid took it serious, I guess. It was like, hey, I know this girl that's like looking for a boyfriend or whatever. So took Jerry over to this poor girl's house. So yeah. So she was, like I said, he was in his early 20s. She was 17. Little sketch. I guess not that weird for the time, but still a little bit sketchy. So she goes to the house, and apparently they hit it off for whatever reason. She thought he was charming or something. Now, so Ralphine actually got pregnant before they got married. So they ended up getting married in September of 1961. So it was a little bit like a shotgun wedding, I guess. Not really, but yeah. But she wasn't that pregnant. She was only like a month or two pregnant. Now, they lived in Portland, Oregon first, and then they moved out to Salem, or just outside of Salem, in 1968. Now, they eventually would have to, because like I said, he was not only married, he also had two kids. They had two kids. They had a daughter whose name was Teresa, and a son whose name was Brian. So he had his job. Jerry had his job at the radio station, and he also he was good at electronic stuff, mechanical stuff. So he would fix cars, and so that was like a side gig. So he did that also. And he had a big garage that he worked in, which will factor into the plot a little bit later. And the interesting thing about it is that the few friends that he had, and coworkers and stuff, people that knew him, said that he was a completely devoted family man. They said he didn't drink, he didn't smoke, and he never swore. Again, red flag. I don't trust people like that, not one bit. But yeah, anybody that puts on a veneer like that, they got some shit going on most of the time. Which was the case here, obviously. Now, as far as anyone knows, Jerry did not physically abuse his wife or his kids, as far as anyone knows. I wouldn't doubt it, but I haven't heard anybody say that. But one thing that Jerry was real into doing was that, in the first few years after they got married in 1961, he would make her do all the housework naked, but with just high heels on. Like, she'd have to go and vacuum it or whatever for washing the dishes or whatever the fuck. And she'd have to be naked, but with only high heels. And then would take pictures of her and then would have sex with her.
This was one of his wives?
Well, his only wife. His only wife. Yeah. So for a while, she put up with it. They don't think that he did anything nefarious during this time. So maybe this was satiating his kink, if you want to call it that. Having his wife doing this shit for him. Not really any, I can imagine, probably. But no really word on whether Ralphine was into this. Probably not. Or was just putting up with it because she was afraid of him, or, it's the early 60s. She was kind of submissive, and she's like, you just gotta... And she was real young. She was younger than him. You just gotta do whatever your husband says, or he'll leave or beat you or whatever the fuck. So I don't really know. So she put up with it for a little while, and for a little while that seemed to have calmed him down some, because they don't think that he did anything illegal during this time period. Like in the early years of their marriage, like I said, the first couple of years. Now, when their daughter, Teresa, got a little bit older, 2, something like that, and, she's a toddler, so she's getting into shit and needs more supervision, obviously. Ralphine was kind of like, yeah, I'm not doing this fucking naked walking around you taking pictures. Like, look, the kid's getting old enough to see me. I've got more shit to do. I got to take care of her. She's running around climbing into everything and everything like that. So we're not doing that anymore. You know what I mean? She kind of put her foot down a little bit. So another thing too
I never thought of that. I'd have you walk around naked. I'll take videos.
I was well, you know what?
All kinds of money.
When I was doing the notes for this show, I was like, oh, I probably shouldn't give Tom any ideas because now I'm gonna have to like, hey, go clean the cat box.
Yeah, I'm a fucking like,
naked with high heels on.
Yeah, make all kinds of fucking money off that.
There is whole channels like devoted to just women doing shit like that.
Yeah. A lot of them are on YouTube. They're not even nude. They're just like scantily clad, bending over a lot.
I mean, if I made money out of it, like, I don't know. It seems like it'd be kind of a pain in the ass, but, you know.
The thing is, those fucking, you look at that, they got 3 million views. They probably didn't make any money.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it'd be worth it if you made enough money to live on doing that. But if you don't, it's not really, because it's time consuming.
Yeah, you got to do graphic design. That's where the money's at. Working is always where the money's at.
I mean,
even though that shit is work, we fucking...
Well, that's what I'm saying. But it's like, if it's not... The fact that it is work, but you don't make enough, unless you're a top tier, you don't make enough to live on, so it's like not worth it most of the time.
And most of the work people say,
because it takes too long.
It's like that fucking old, that ain't working, that's how you do on the MTV. What was the name of that fucking song? Fucking with Dire Straits. Yeah, Money for Nothing. It is not money for nothing. Those girls fucking, for them to make money, they're constantly posting. They got to post on Instagram for fucking ever. They even hire dudes in India to post for them. And that's a business. You know,
well, yeah, anything like that. Like I said, it's very time consuming.
Yeah, people.
So if you don't make enough money to live on, it's really usually not worth
most of those girls
the time that it takes.
Most of those girls make $200 a month part time.
Yeah, which is like I said.
Yeah, those girls that are making fucking $60,000 or even $1,000 a month are huge. And it's run like a business. They're fucking... you got to post constantly. It's not like people think. You just think, oh, you just take some pictures and you make all kind of... No.
No, there's a lot
of work that goes into that shit.
There's a lot of work that goes into it.
Yeah. It's almost...
Like I said,
for most of those girls, it's not worth the effort.
It's very time consuming. And like I said, unless you're top tier, you're not going to make enough money to justify spending that much time doing it.
You can only do that shit if you like it.
Yeah. Yeah, like if it's just a fun hobby and you're just doing it and it's like, oh, I'll make a couple bucks here and there. Yeah, that's different.
Yeah.
But it's like if you're trying to do it to like make a living,
no, good luck.
Yeah, good luck with that. Because like I said, there's a lot of fucking competition.
Those girls that are making a shit ton of money have whole staff to fucking help.
Like I said, you have to.
And overtime,
You have to.
Yeah.
Like I said, I have a main job and a couple side gigs, and I wish I could afford to hire an assistant, but I can't. So I just have to do everything myself, and it's very stressful. So the wife is just kind of like, when the kid gets big enough, like I said, to start climbing the walls and whatever, she's just like, okay, well, I don't have the time or the patience or nothing to do this crap for you anymore. So another thing that she admitted later was that at this point too, Jerry had started getting a little pudgy. And she didn't really think he was all that hot anymore. So she didn't really want to have sex with him. So that was another thing. I don't think she told him, because why would you, like, back in this era? But she said about it later. She's like, yeah, I didn't really want to have sex with him anyway, because he just wasn't looking that good. Because he was kind of chubbing out. You know? Now, she didn't cheat on him or nothing like that, as far as anybody knows. But they started having sex less and less and less. So she would just, you know, take care of the kids, take care of the house. Every now and then she'd go out and have cocktails with her girlfriends or whatever. And then he would just spend more and more time in his man cave. You know? So that kind of shit. Now, while Ralphine was giving birth to their second kid, who, like I said, was a son named Brian. That's my brother's name, too. One of my brothers is named Brian. So she's in the hospital giving birth, and of course, like a man, he wasn't fucking there. He's out stalking another chick, following this other woman, who was wearing some high-heeled shoes and had caught his eye, I suppose. So he's following her to her house. He waits until dark. He waits outside her house. Waits till it gets dark, and then either breaks in or gets her to... I'm not clear on that. It just says entering the apartment, so I'm not really sure if he broke in or it wasn't locked or whatever. But he goes in there and strangled her until she was unconscious. Now, he said later, after he got caught, that this particular case, he's like, well, I would, like before, he was just going to go in there and strangle her until she was unconscious and then take her shoes. Like, that's what he did before. that he wasn't actually intending to go in there to rape her. But when he got in there and she was all unconscious and vulnerable and naked and everything,
he
was
it's
like,
free.
well, shit, might as well.
Yeah, it's free. Yeah,
right? That's what he thought.
That's what he's thinking.
So he just went ahead and did it.
Yeah.
Sexual assault, right here, the first one. Because he just couldn't take it. He's just like, man, I just got so turned on that, she's just laying there. And I could just do anything. So, and he also took her shoes as the final indignity.
My shoe.
Took both of her shoes. Now, so he did not get caught for this. However, a year later, he did get arrested by the cops when he was creeping around the women's dorms at Oregon State University, like stealing underwear. And when they caught him, he was kind of half-assed wearing women's clothes. Like, he was wearing women's underwear, high-heeled shoes, and pedal pushers, or what they would call, I guess, kind of capri pants, like, nowadays. He was wearing that. I don't know what he was wearing on top. But so he was kind of wearing women's clothes when they caught him. But they caught him because he was sneaking around, like, stealing women's clothes from the girls' dorms. So they did arrest him for that. But, he didn't do much time, obviously.
Yes. Simple theft.
Yeah. But after this point, shit escalates severely. And in fact, in about, like I said, about a 16, 18-month period in 1968 and 1969, he kidnapped, raped, murdered, and, in many cases, dismembered, and defiled after death, at least 4 women that they know of. And attempted to abduct 2 other women that survived, thankfully, that were kind of instrumental in helping catch him. So his kind of MO was he would see a woman. He was kind of an opportunist. He would kind of hang around, where women hung out, like, college campuses, shit like that, parking lots. And if he saw a woman that he liked with some cool high-heeled shoes or a short skirt or something like that, he would follow her, and a lot of times sometimes using a ruse, like, hey, I'm a security guard, or, while you're shoplifting, or just with a pistol or whatever. And he would force them into the car, most of the time take them back to his house and do horrible, unspeakable things to them, and then would usually dump them in the river. So the first of these victims, and I think I have a picture of her, do I not? Linda Slawson. This is her right there.
Okay.
That's her. I did remember to do it this time, you guys. I'm very
Good.
proud of myself. So she was 19 years old. This is fucking horrifying because this poor girl, she worked part-time remember back in the day when they used to have door-to-door encyclopedia salespeople?
Yeah.
She was one of those. Like, she sold encyclopedias, like, door-to-door, like, part-time.
Probably Britannica.
Probably. Yeah, I think that was it. I think she was a student, too, but, like, she did that part-time.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. So Jerry is out in his yard mowing the grass or whatever the fuck he was doing. And she went to his house kind of accidentally because I think that she was supposed to go to the neighbor's house. Like, she had an appointment or something like that. And she went to the wrong house, pretty much. But she shows up and she's just like, hey, is this whatever? And he's just like, no, but, what are you selling encyclopedias? Ooh, I'm very interested in encyclopedias, as it happens. And she's like, oh, that's awesome. So he invites her inside the house. And she thinks he's just going to buy encyclopedias, right? I mean, he seemed real interested in them. And he takes her into the basement. Okay, so the house that he lived in, because this happened over a period where I think this first victim, he killed her in this house, but then, like, the family moved to another house later on. So in this house, he had his little man cave / kill floor set up in the basement, whereas in the second house, he actually had a detached garage that he had set up for that same purpose. But in this one, it was the basement. So he has her come to the basement. I'm not really entirely sure. Like I said, I know this is a different time. Like, nowadays, even if you're selling shit door to door, one, I'm not going in your house. Fuck no. But 2, the second somebody came, it's like, hey, come in, let's go down to the basement. Again, fuck no.
Yeah.
You're just running and screaming the other way. But like I said, it was a different time, and maybe he had a really good line. I don't really know. So he talks her into going to the basement, right? And so he sits her down on a little chair or a stool or whatever, and basically she's like, hey, I've got all these, and she had some samples and shit like that. And he came up behind her and hit her in the head with a big fucking 2x4 or like a big piece of wood or whatever, and knocked her out. And then he, with his hands, strangled her to death, and then kind of stuffed the body under the staircase because, there was a little crawl space type of situation. Then he goes upstairs and says, I don't remember if it was his wife or his mom or something like that. It was like, hey, why don't you take the kids out to dinner? I'm not really hungry. Why don't you guys go out and eat or something like that? Here's some money. Like, take off. So they did. They didn't think anything about it. And y'all probably know the reason that he did that, right? Because, so he has this woman's dead body now. Like, he strangled her to death. And he took her clothes off and finds that she has really, really nice red lingerie on. And he's like, ooh, look at this. Score, probably. And he's like, oh, I know what I'll do. And he went and got his little underwear collection that he had stolen from other people. And he started putting all these different underwear and shit, like, on this dead body. Like, and taking pictures of it and shit like that. And then posing it, like, in different ways. And then, because that's not weird enough, he also decides to rape the dead body. And take pictures of him doing so. Great. So he does that for a few hours while his family is out for dinner. And then he decides, well, I can't keep this whole body in here, So I think what I'll do is I'll just keep her foot. So he takes a fucking hacksaw and cuts her foot off to keep it so it can model shoes for photos in the future.
So he only needs one foot.
Yeah.
Damn.
So he kept one foot.
Damn.
He has one foot.
You'd think he'd cut off both feet. If you had keep feet, you'd keep both. You have the right one and the left one. That's weird, man. That's weird. I guess one was all he needed.
I guess, like I said. So he takes the foot and he puts in, there was like a freezer, like in the basement. And he I guess he wrapped it in plastic or something and like stuck it like way in the back. I guess his wife never checked that freezer. Because that was the thing that, this happened like when they moved to the later house where he had the detached garage. But I think in this case, too, he's like, don't ever come down to the basement. And it's like, I was watching a couple other documentaries about this, or like kind of, there was Bailey Sarian did one about this, which was really funny. And and Simon Whistler did one. And they were just kind of like, nowadays, okay, I kind of feel like since this was the 60s still, and I guess it was more a thing where if your husband came to you and said, don't ever, I'm going to lock the basement, or I'm going to lock the detached garage, that's my space, and don't ever come in there, and blah, 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 I would be sus as fuck. And the second he was gone, I'd be like, what the fuck is he doing in there? You know what I mean? I would be really suspicious. But I get, like I said, that it was a different time, because I guess they never went in there and saw any of the shit. I don't know, man. The second a dude tells you, like, they have this detached garage, don't ever go in there, I'd be like, he's a serial killer. What the fuck are you doing? So, but like I said, nowadays everybody says that. So he keeps the foot, sticks it in the freezer, and then he takes the rest of the body and he ties it to like a big engine part, like type of thing, because he had a lot of that. He did mechanic work like on the side, so he had a lot of kind of car parts and shit, like heavy car parts, engine parts and whatnot. So he tied her to that, puts her in the car, and drives her out and dumps her like off a bridge or something somewhere, like into the water. He said he couldn't remember where he had done it. So that was the first one, and he, like I said, he still has the foot in the fucking freezer. In the basement freezer. I'm assuming that there was another freezer in the kitchen, because I feel like a lot of, because we have two freezers, I don't know, but I don't know how common that was in the 60s. Because you'd think the wife would be like, hey, I'm going to get like some frozen corn or something for dinner. It's like, why is there a fucking foot in here? You know what I mean? You'd think that was weird. But like I said, I was saying while you were in the bathroom that he had a big thing where he would tell his wife and kids, under no circumstances are you to come into my basement or my detached garage at the later house. Like, you know, you're not allowed in there. And he locked it up and everything like that. Which, like I said, nowadays that'd be like sus as fuck. Like red flag. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's weird that they didn't go, what's he hiding down there?
That's what I mean. That's the first thing you would think. I'd think, serial killer. That's the first thing I'd think. But I guess back then they didn't think that. But you should have, because he was a serial killer.
How did he trust him to stay out of there? That's another thing.
I think he had big locks on it. And I'm not sure if it was this house or maybe the second house, but he had like an intercom system. So you had to like call him on the intercom if you wanted to come in there. So he could hide shit.
I wonder what reason he gave. I'm down here working with very dangerous materials, or what? I don't know what the fuck he's.
Maybe, and like I said, maybe his wife was the type that is like, oh, you don't question your man, like he's the boss.
Like, well, he's probably down there jerking off.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Although, like I said, if you had a room somewhere and you told me it's like, don't ever come in here under any circumstances, I'd be like, what the fuck is he up to?
Yeah.
I wouldn't think you were just jerking off. I think you were doing like all kind of nefarious shit. Which, like I said, why? Like, because what could the possible reason be to keep people out of there? I understand wanting privacy and everything like that, but it's just like, don't ever go in there under any circumstances. Yeah. I'm like, he's keeping bodies in there. Come on. What other reason could there possibly be?
It's weird.
That is very weird.
Well, I've never said, look, you can't go in this place.
No, you've never said that. I just use that like for, no, you've never said that.
That's what I'm saying. Fucking,
that's what I mean.
It would be out of character.
It's weird. Like I said, if you suddenly did that, I'd be like, what the fuck did you do, motherfucker? Did you cut somebody up? There's body parts in there, right? I know why. But yeah, that's the only reason I can think of. I'm sorry. There's no legitimate reason. So the second victim, whose name was Jan Whitney, this is her right here. I just went the opposite way. That's Jan Whitney. She's the second victim. She was 23 years old. And again, this was kind of a circumstance type of thing. Like I said, he was kind of an opportunistic sort of killer. He was actually driving home from a job that he had done. This was late 1968. And he saw Jan Whitney. Her car had broken down. There was something wrong with her car. Now, she had two other people with her who were hitchhikers that she had picked up. I think they were both dudes. But they were all kind of standing around outside the car, like a pokey. They were all kind of standing around outside the car, and he saw them, and he liked the look of what she had on or whatever. So he pulled over and said that, you know, he was going to help out. So he's like, oh, you know, I can fix your car. I mean, which was kind of true. He was like a mechanic and stuff. But I'll have to drive you back to my house so I can get my tools because I don't have them. Which, again, kind of sus. But back then, you wouldn't maybe think of it, right? Now, again, she had these two hitchhikers, but he said, oh, I'll drop them off wherever they want to go first, and then we'll go back to my house. It's like on the way or whatever. So that's what he did. So the two hitchhikers get in the back seat. Jane gets in the passenger seat. And he drives and he drops off the two other guys. And then he drives back to his house. And then, like, so he pulls into the driveway. And then he's like, oh, I'm going to go get the tools. And then somehow he kind of circled back around and got into the back seat of his own car, like behind her, like behind the passenger seat. And then he kind of pretended like he was just fucking around. Like, hey, like, close your eyes for a minute. And, like, he was, like, playing, like, little mind games. Hey, why don't you... It was something like, describe how you would tie your shoe, like, but without looking. Like, that kind of shit. And she was just like, okay, whatever. And so she closed her eyes, and he had this leather strap, and he just went, zoop, and fucking pulled it back from the back seat. And so he strangled her to death. And then after she was dead, he raped her dead body in the car. And then took the body into the garage. I think they had moved to the new house by this point, so he had a detached garage. And then did the whole thing where he put her in different clothes, different shoes, and raped her dead body repeatedly.
He
And
turned her
then,
into a sex doll.
yeah, that's what he was into. Like, it was almost kind of like...
He killed him to get a fucking sex doll.
He did do fucked up shit to a couple of them, like, as we'll see later, like, while they were still alive. But it seemed like he mostly just wanted to kill them, mostly kind of quickly, just so he could do shit with their dead body.
Yeah.
So then what he did was he had this rope and pulley system in the garage. And he pulled her up on it, like on this pulley, so her naked body is hanging there. And he left it there for a couple of days. And then whenever he got a boner, I guess, he would go in there and fuck the dead body.
How long did he have it?
Like you do. 2 days, I just said.
Man.
2 days. And like I said, he would change the lingerie out from all the... Because he had a huge collection of stolen lingerie. So he would put different lingerie in or take pictures. All this other kind of stuff. Also... This is so messed up. He also cut one of her breasts off. And he was going to make it into a paperweight. As one does. But what happened with it was he was going to encase it in epoxy. He's very crafty, isn't he? But the epoxy wouldn't set right, and he got like kind of frustrated about it. So instead, he decided, well, I'm just gonna like... He just put a bunch of sawdust in it, and then just stuck it to a board. And kept it. Weird. So he's trying to make a paperweight out of her tit.
What do you need
her
a paperweight
severed
for?
tit.
Who needed
He wanted to keep it.
Yeah.
Like, just as a trophy. He wanted to keep it.
Okay, that's weird. That's weird shit.
So, yeah. Now, this is kind of crazy. So, a couple of days after this, I've heard differing, like, I don't know if the family was home at this time or if they were on vacation. I've heard they were on vacation and they weren't home. Like, nobody was home at this time. But weirdly, like I said, at this point, they had moved to another house that had a detached garage. So he was doing all his shit in this garage. With the first house, the first woman he killed, it was their old house and it was in the basement. But while they were gone, so I've heard, somebody randomly, like, went wildly off the road and crashed into the garage. Like, it put a hole in the wall. You know what I mean? Like, crashed their car through it. And the cops came, and even though Jan's body was still hanging there from the pulley, they didn't see it somehow. I don't know if it was because of the positioning, or it was dark, or the dust, or something like that, or they didn't really look that good, or something like that. Like, they didn't look in there that good. But they didn't find it. So apparently he was, like, fucking shitting bricks when he heard about it, because he's like, holy shit, like, I'm busted. But they didn't bust him. Like, nobody noticed this fucking body hanging from a fucking broken pulley in this garage, even after somebody crashed through the wall. Like I said, I'm not really sure how, like, what the logistics of it were, like which wall it crashed through, where the body was, how high up off the floor it was. Like, I don't really know. But for some reason, like, the police did not see it. So because of this, he's like, oh shit, I better get rid of my plaything. You know what I mean? So after that happened, like after the cops left and they got home and everything like that, he tied her body to, like, again, like another railroad part or like a railroad iron or something like that, and then threw it into the Willamette River. At this point, he also threw in Linda Slawson, his first victim, because remember I said he kept her foot. That, even though he kept it in the freezer, it was kind of starting to get a little ripe by this time, because this is several months later. So he decided he was going to get rid of that as well, just in case, because like I said, he thought he was going to get busted because somebody had crashed through his garage. So he threw her foot and the weighted down body in the river, thinking, well, that's all there is to that then. So the next victim is Karen Sprinker. I've seen like a lot of other not documentaries, but a lot of other like kind of funny shows I saw about it. They call her Sprinkler. It's Sprinker. It doesn't have an L in it. That's her right there. That's Karen Sprinker. She was 18, and she was a student at Oregon State University. She was actually studying chemistry. Now, she was going to a department store called Meyer and Frank to meet her mom for lunch. And so she was in the parking lot of this department store, or this mall or whatever, and Jerry abducted her at gunpoint. And he was wearing women's clothes at the time. And what had happened in this particular situation was that, again, he had kind of taken to driving to mall parking lots, university parking lots, stuff like that, and just like sitting in waiting, like to see if anybody he liked like crossed his path or whatever. And he had been doing this particular day, and he had apparently seen a woman he really liked, like with high-heeled shoes on, walking past, and she had a miniskirt on, and he started chasing after her, but he lost her. And he was like, well, shit, well, I guess that's my day ruined then. But then he saw Karen, and he's like, oh, I guess my day is saved after all. Because she was kind of getting out of her car and, like, walking toward the department store. So he's like, I'm going to go get this one. So he went and, like, intercepted her. Now, he basically said, get in my car, and I won't hurt you. Which was a lie, obviously. Now, according to him, like after they caught him, because he did kind of confess to all this shit, he said that she just kept the whole time, please don't hurt me, all this other kind of stuff. He took her back to the house, and she said, I'll do anything you want, just don't kill me, is what she said. And he said that he asked her if she was a virgin, and she said yeah. She also told him she was on her period. I don't know if that was true or not. Maybe she was trying to discourage him or gross him out. Probably smart, but I don't know. It didn't work, obviously. And then he made her, at gunpoint, take all her clothes off and raped her while she was still alive this time. And then made her pose for a bunch of different pictures with different high-heeled shoes and different underwear that he had stolen from other people. And like I said, took a bunch of pictures of her. And then he tied her hands behind her back and put a rope around her neck. And then he said he asked her if the rope was too tight, and she said yeah. And then he winched it up. Like, so she was pulled up like that.
Yeah.
And just like on her fucking tippy toes. And basically threw it over the ceiling beam and pulled on it. And then he said, well, she just kind of kicked a little, and then she died. That's what he said. Then, as is his habit, he raped the dead body a bunch of times. Took both of her breasts off, cut them off, so he could make a mold out of them. I heard some sources said that he actually made a plaster mold out of them later and painted them bronze and like used them as a decoration. Don't know if that's the case.
Used them as a decoration for his what? His garage?
I guess. Yeah, it'd be pretty weird if you put them up on the wall in your house. Your wife would be like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Why do you have a bronze cast of some woman's tits on our wall? But yeah, so I don't know if that's true, but he did make a like a cast of them, like, you know what I mean? Then he tied her body to like a big heavy engine part, and threw her into the Willamette River, as he did some of the other victims. And at this stage, it seems like he's trying to kill again. This is April of 1968 at this point. Is it 68 or 69? I think it's 69. But I will say this. Okay, so there were two attempted abductions, like, over 2 days, right? And he failed. And then the third day, like, he abducted the woman that he eventually killed. But these first two women got away. So April 1969, what happened, the first woman was 24 years old, and her name was Sharon Wood. Now, if you see documentaries about him, she's, an older lady now, but like one documentary that she was on there, and she talked about what had happened. Like, she still remembered it, like, pretty vividly. And she talked about it, and she's pretty badass, gonna say. What happened was she was walking to her car in a parking garage. And it was like middle of the day. I don't think it was night or nothing like that. It was just like regular daytime. And so she's walking to her car in the parking garage, and she said she's walking, and all of a sudden somebody tapped her shoulder. Like, she kind of sensed somebody behind her, and then somebody tapped her shoulder, and she turned around, and there was a pistol in her face, like pointed right at her face. And she said that the first thing he said was, "Don't scream." And then he tried to kind of grab her, you know what I mean? But she said her first instinct was to fucking fight him, you know what I mean? So she just started kicking and fucking biting, and she actually, like, he tried to grab her like that, and she said her jaw, like, she's like, I just bit down on his thumb, and she's like, and my jaw, she's like, I couldn't have released my jaw if I'd wanted to. She's like, I guess it was like panic or something like that, but she just clamped down on his fucking thumb with her mouth and just would not let go. And then she was like kicking him and shit like that. She was like, "Get the fuck off me, motherfucker," you know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I was like, wow, badass. Like I said, not everyone would react like that, but she said that was just, she didn't even think about it. She just like started fucking fighting him, like, as soon as he put the gun in her face. And then so she was even trying to like pull the gun like away from her face, like, and trying to point it back at him, you know what I mean? And he wasn't a small dude. He was pretty big. Like, he was a lot bigger than her. Because, like I said, I saw her when she was an old lady, but because she was on a documentary that I saw. But so she just crunched down on his fucking thumb, and she was just kicking and fighting. And he just finally said, "Fuck it." But he pushed her down on the ground and like slammed her head into the floor. It was like a concrete floor of like the parking garage. And then so it didn't knock her out completely, but it kind of dazed her for a minute, and then he ran off. So she got away. And like I said, if you see some documentaries about him, like, she's like an older lady and she's talking about it. She remembers it pretty vividly. Now, because that failed, I guess he was going to try again. So the next day after that happened, he tried to kidnap a 15-year-old girl named Gloria Smith. He basically came up, he pulled up in, she remembered it was a green Volkswagen, like it was a Carmen Ghia. And he pulled up in it and had a gun and made her, it's like, "I want you to come with me, I won't hurt you," he said. And so, like, forced her to go with him, like, grabbed her coat and, like, made her walk next to him. And so she said, she's like, "Well," I was like, "Well, I'll go with you, but, like, let go of my coat." And he did. And as soon as they were walking, and she saw like another woman like over there, like in the yard or something, and she was like, "Bye," and she just like took off running, like, and screaming like at that woman. And she got it, so she got away. Thankfully. And
both those girls did the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I don't like to victim blame and stuff like that, because you never know how you're going to react, obviously, unless you're in that situation. But their instincts in that sense, usually you want to fight, scream, run, like anything like that. Don't ever let them take you someplace. Don't ever, like I said, I'm not victim blaming or nothing, because obviously nobody deserves having this
People
happen.
jump to the victim blaming angle. Nobody's blaming victims. What we're doing is we're telling you what to do so you don't become a victim. If a dude pulls up with you in a car and points a pistol at you, he's going to say, "Get in the fucking car." You run. Don't get in that fucking car. Run.
Nothing good is going to happen if you
get in that car with him, he's going to kill you. You have a much better chance of running than having him shoot at you. And
run zigzag.
Yeah, run zigzag. Your chances are much better then. Make him kill you right there on the spot. Don't go with that bitch.
Because a lot of times, I mean, sometimes they still will, but a lot of times they won't.
A lot of times they'll just run. They won't even shoot.
Because they're like, "Oh shit, well, they don't want to do that like in front of everybody." Because
and just because dude points a gun at you, it doesn't mean it's a real gun. That might be a fake gun. He might have a BB gun or a replica. It might be a real gun, but he actually doesn't want to shoot it because it'll call attention to himself. And fucking, he doesn't, he's trying to do this shit silently. 3, he might shoot you when you're running and he might miss. That motherfucker might not be good with that gun.
And the farther you get away, the more likely it is that he will miss.
I am a small arms expert. U.S. Army, fucking 101st Airborne Division. I grew up fucking shooting. Starting with a fucking Remington nylon 66. I'm a good fucking trick shot even with this nylon 66. I grew up with it. Pistols are hard to shoot. Especially for a dude who doesn't train fucking religiously. Guarantee you, if a dude pulls a gun on you and tells you to get in the car, he's a sexual offender, that bitch isn't trained with that pistol. That may not even be a real pistol. Just run. Okay? I've heard so many of these stories that one motherfucker pulled a gun on. The reason why a lot of times they're successful is because they're pulling guns on fucking girls, 15, 16. Well, they don't know anything.
In this case.
Yeah, they don't know anything. Fucking, you do that to a 40-year-old woman, she's like, fuck this, and she runs. And he runs. He's like, I'm going to get caught. She's going to tell on me.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to tell on you.
Don't go along with it. And most of y'all who are listening to me are adults. Tell little girls that. Tell them that. Fucking, you run. Scream.
I mean, like I said, some people don't have a choice because sometimes they'll come run up behind you and knock you out and just drag you wherever they want to go. Obviously, you can't do anything about that. Or they'll just grab you and they're bigger than you and you can't fight them.
We talked about McDuff. McDuff, a couple of the victims he grabbed was at the car wash when the girl's fucking washing her car in a car wash stall, and him and a fucking accomplice ran out and grabbed her. And they chose little women that they could pick up.
Yeah, that they could just pick up, and it's like, and it's two guys. What are you gonna do? You can't do anything about that.
There's none,
like, yeah, you can fight them and shit like that, but there's two guys and they're bigger than you. It's
right.
Like, what do
now, I didn't see it. Could be the girl froze. She maybe could have just kept running in a straight direction and abandoned her car, and maybe she could have got away. But murder is a contact sport. All right, men are better at it. Women are not really contact oriented. They don't realize how fast the attack's going to be. It's going to be an attack that you didn't expect, and it's going to be stupid as shit and totally inappropriate for the situation. But you know what? It's still going to work because you didn't expect it.
Well, yeah. They look for just that type of scenario.
Yeah. Right.
And they look for vulnerable people. It's like, is this kind of a smallish woman and she's all by herself and there's nobody else around? And
and she's not going to think this is real, so we'll grab her.
Which you probably wouldn't, because it would be fucking surreal. Mm-hmm. It's not something you experience in your everyday life like most people, so it's just
if I remember correctly, McDuff and his boy, when they grabbed that girl, it was the middle of the day. So you wouldn't think.
Well, I think that he usually, Jerry Brudos fella, I think most of the shit that he did was daytime, but it wasn't like the middle of the night or nothing.
Yeah, and I think a lot of women fall prey to this because they can't believe that it's real, that somebody would do it at that time.
I understand that. Yeah, because it's just like the middle of it's a normal fucking day. You're just walking to the mall. Yeah, it's 2:00 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Like, who would think some weirdo is just gonna come up and fucking grab you or like try to fucking who would think that? That's crazy. But it's like, they will, and they'll use that to your advantage. Like a lot of them will. So, I'm just saying that, like I said, I think the reason those two women survived, well, the second was just a girl, was because their first instinct, one, the 24-year-old, her first instinct was to fight and bite him. Yeah. Which,
she went balls to the walls right out of the beginning. There was no reservation about, well, I don't want to make him mad. No, fuck that.
And he pointed a gun right in her face.
Exactly.
He snuck up on her.
Yep.
Tapped her on the shoulder. She turned around and she said there was a pistol right in her face.
Yeah. Time to fight or run.
But she said the first instinct was to kick him, and then when he did like that, she just went and just bit.
Yep. He wasn't expecting that because he didn't expect a woman to react that way.
Yeah.
But that's the right response.
And like I said, she got hurt, but she lived.
Yeah. That's another thing. Tell these girls, don't be afraid of getting hurt. In fact, you flip it around and you make that motherfucker kill you on the spot. Because if you go with him, it's going to be a fate worse than death. And a lot of times they're going to tell you to go with them under some kind of ruse. And they use a lot of ruses. Well, don't go with a motherfucker.
That's what happened with the last
You make him fucking kill you right there. Because he's going to kill you anyway. Okay, if you go with him, he's
or
kill
will
you.
make you wish you were dead.
Yeah,
for sure.
Worse. It's going to be worse than death. He's going to do all this fucking shit to you, and then he's going to kill you. Make him kill you right then. And you'll probably have a chance of living.
Yeah, like I said, I guess I remember still. I think I've told this story before, but when I was in, I think 7th grade, I was in junior high, and we had a cop, and I still remember. I don't remember what his actual name was, but they called him Hop. And he came and talked to all the girls about, and it was about rape prevention.
Yeah.
And he gave a whole thing, and he told all these horror stories. One of them, I don't think it was this guy, but he was talking about a dude, because I grew up in Daytona Beach, so he was talking about some murders that happened in Daytona where the girls' breasts were cut off and stuff like that. And so he was telling all these horror stories. And, yeah, he basically said, anything you have on you, fucking keys, pencils, anything, it's like eyeballs, balls, ears. Yeah. He's just like, just fucking scream, throw up on yourself, shit on yourself. Yeah. He's like, anything you have to fucking do to get away. You know what I mean?
Make him uninterested.
Yeah, just anything.
Yeah, you shit yourself. He might go, oh, fuck her.
Yeah, I mean, he's like, I know it's gross, but it's just like,
fucks his fantasy.
Yeah, anything.
It will fuck his fantasy.
Anything that will keep you alive.
Yep.
He's just like, don't be afraid to do anything.
Do it in nature, man. Fucking animals will play dead when they think they're under attack. Fucking bugs will fucking shit themselves and fucking make stinky shit. Fucking, fucking odors around them. Anything to become unappetizing. You want to become unappetizing.
Yeah, that's basically what you gotta do.
And get the fuck out of there.
Yeah, just fucking scream, fight, anything.
Yeah.
Just anything.
Never relent.
Don't let them take you anywhere. Mm-mm. I mean, they might kill you anyway. That does happen.
You're going to go through a fate worse than death if you go with him, probably.
It will probably be worse.
He's going to kill you anyway.
If they take you something.
Why would you want to put yourself through all the shit he's going to do to you?
Yeah.
Just fucking make him kill you right then. Or run. One of the two. If a dude points a gun at you, run. You go, go shoot me in the back. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Because it's better than going you.
Yeah. So, Gloria actually got a pretty good look at the motherfucker and described him to the cops. So they did kind of look into it, but they didn't find anybody at the time, unfortunately. But like I said, she did tell him what he looked like. So his fourth victim, and last that they know of, was named Linda Salee. This is her right there. That's the fourth one. Now, she was 22 years old, and she worked as a secretary and was also a part-time student at Portland State University. And she was actually at a different shopping mall, Lloyd Center shopping mall. She was there buying presents, birthday presents for her boyfriend. Like, she bought him some pants and a watch band and all this other kind of stuff. And so she was coming out of the mall with her shopping bags and was going back to her car. Jerry Brudos comes up to her and said, he either said that he was a police officer because he had, of course, got a fake police officer badge. That's another reason, like, somebody comes up to you and says, I'm a cop. I mean, like, I don't think so. Don't listen to them either. He either said he was a police officer or a security guard. And he's like, ma'am, like, we've been having a lot of shoplifting in this mall, and we think you were shoplifting and blah, blah, blah. And I need you to come with me. You know? And, again, it's the era. I guess everyone's used to doing what cops say, which you shouldn't. But so she's like, okay, I understand. And so he's like, okay, well, I need you to come and get in my car with me. Like, he had a badge and everything. And, so then once she gets in his car, he's like, oh, by the way, I'm kidnapping you for ransom. And he had a gun on her at this point. So he drives to the house. This is fucking crazy. So he drives to his house and parks in the garage. Like I said, it was a detached garage. And he asked her to come across the yard into the house because he thought that his wife and kids were out. Like, they were supposed to be visiting relatives. Now, he's crossing the yard, and his wife comes out on the porch. And is like, oh, hey, dinner's ready. You know what I mean? She didn't see Linda. And I guess at this point, like, he kind of goes like that, like to Linda, like, go back in there or whatever. And so he's like, I'll be in there in a minute. And then he pushes Linda in the garage and then tied her up. And then he goes in the house and has dinner with his family like normal. While this girl is tied up in the fucking garage, like right there.
Not screaming, not making noise.
I don't know if she did. I don't know if they could. Because like I said, it was detached. I saw a picture of the house.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you could have heard it. Even if she had. You know what I mean? Like, because it was, I think it looked like concrete block to me. And like it was a little bit of a distance away from the house. So I'm not really sure. So.
Yeah. How did he keep her restrained in there?
He tied her up with something. I don't really know what.
All right.
I don't know if he hung her from the thing or like his pulley or whatever. So he comes back in, and she had kind of half-assed, like, managed to get out, but, like, hadn't gotten out of the garage, you know what I mean? And then he did the thing where he, put the strap around her neck and it was, like, pulling her, like, off the floor, like, and she's, like, on her tiptoes or whatever. And so he starts lifting her up, and she starts, like, kicking at him and shit like that, but obviously, you know, she's hanging there, so she went unconscious. And then, you know, basically he was just raping her while she died, so that's nice. So then he left her body there for a little while, and then, because he thought he'd get a little frisky, I guess, and see what would do a little Dr. Frankenstein, a little Dr. Mengele kind of shit. I wonder what would happen if I put some, like, electrodes, like, in her armpits or something. Maybe let's make her dance.
Yeah.
The dude thinks to himself, evidently. So he puts, like, a needle, like, in kind of in her rib, like, under her armpit, kind of, like, in each one. And then he runs an electrical current through it. Like, he wanted to see if it would, like, reanimate her.
Yeah.
Like I said, like fucking Frankenstein. Dr. Frankenstein.
Did it?
No.
Yeah.
And he was kind of bummed out about that. Like, all it did was, like, leave a burn marks.
Yeah.
And he was kind of like, that's a bummer.
He's trying to get her to jump around.
Well, live and learn.
Yeah.
You know? What the fuck? What the fuck is this fucking dude? Oh, my God. So, but he kept this body. His fucking family is in the house. Like, across the yard. He keeps this body in the house for 24 hours. Just keeps fucking this dead body.
Yeah.
And then after he gets tired of it, he's like, well, that's enough fucking of the dead body for the day, I think. So he ties it to another, like, heavy engine part that he had around and threw it in the river, just like the other ones. Now, okay, so he didn't cut off her boobs this time because he didn't like her areolas. They were too pink.
What?
Because he was discerning.
Yeah.
In
It had to be brown?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay, weird.
What his preferred shade
Shade
of areola was.
That's some weird shit, yeah.
But apparently these were not the right shade.
That's some weird shit.
You know? Girl, what are you doing? Your areola are just too pink for this fucking freak serial killer.
That's weird.
So, but he did make a mold of them because you wouldn't be able to see the color.
Right.
So he made like a mold of them. And I think this was the situation where I think he spray painted the mold bronze and kept it. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, he made a mold of her chest.
Using what?
Instead
Plaster?
of keeping the I think it was like plaster of Paris type of situation. But like he just wanted to keep shit. So that's 4 murders, 2 attempted abductions. Now, May 10th, 1968, there are 2 poor fishermen who were out in the river, which is called the Long Tom River. The Long Tom River.
Tom, yeah, of course.
I knew that as soon as I saw the name of that, I was like, oh, I know Tom's going to
I'm
comment.
going to talk all kinds of shit.
On the Long Tom River.
I'm not going to talk shit about me having a big dick.
Well, can you give me another drink when you come back?
You want another drink?
Yeah.
I'll make you one.
Because I don't have a ton to go, but I still got some to go.
I opened up a new grapefruit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one was, the one we had before was still good, but it was slightly flat. It was from the other day. So these 2 guys, I was watching, I think it was the Simon Whistler one where he was talking about it. It's like, man, fishermen, it's like, they're finding fucking dead bodies all the time. It's like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go fishing. You can find fucking bodies all the time. So they're out fishing and they see something at first. Now they didn't think it was a mannequin at first. They did because it's never a mannequin in these fucking stories. They thought it was just like a package. They couldn't tell what it was. And it was just something kind of white, like floating in the water. So they go over there to see what it is, and obviously, it's a woman's body is what it was. And it had only kind of partially come to the surface because it was weighed down with this big gearbox. And it had been tied to the gearbox with this nylon cord that had a very specific, like, weird kind of knot, and also, like, copper wire which was also tied in like
It's coming down out there, man.
Yeah, I heard it. Which had also been tied in kind of a specific kind of knot. One that electricians would use, which is what Jerry Brudos was. Now, they identified this body eventually as the body of Linda Salee, who was his fourth victim. Now, she was pretty decomposed, so they were not able to determine whether she'd been raped. They did find out, obviously, that she'd been killed, or she'd been raped post-mortem, like after he was caught and he confessed to it. But they could figure out that she had died from being strangled to death. They also found, and they didn't know what the fuck this was at the time, they also found like the burn marks in the armpits from the Frankenstein experiments he was doing, and they're like, what the fuck is that about? Like, they could not figure it out. Which, you know, why would you? Like, that wouldn't come to anybody's mind, probably. There's like, we don't know what the fuck that's about. It's like, okay. So they did find her body. So they're like, okay, well, this is clearly... So they started searching more, like, in that area. And a couple days later, they found another body, and this was Karen Sprinker. And she was only about 20 yards away from where they found Linda Salee's body. Now, this, again, had been weighed down with a big, like, engine part, and it was bound with the same exact nylon cord, the same exact copper wiring, the same exact very distinctive electrician's knots that the other one had been, so they were like, obviously, this is the same killer, right? The autopsy found that she had died from either strangulation or smothering. And both of her breasts, as I mentioned, had been cut off after she died. Here was the creepy thing. When they found her body in the river, she was dressed, like she was wearing the same clothes that she'd been wearing when she disappeared. But he had... This is so messed up. He had put a much bigger bra on her, because it wasn't her bra, it was one that was like made for somebody, like a much bigger woman. And then he had stuffed like brown towels and stuff like in the bra, like because he'd cut her tits off.
Yeah.
And he put this way big bra on her. I don't know if it was because he wanted her to look like she had bigger tits, or because he was trying to stanch the blood, or what. But it's like, they thought that was very weird, because it's just like, it was a much larger bra than her. But there was all this towels and stuff.
But it was her bra?
No, I just said it
bra?
wasn't her bra. I just said it wasn't her bra. It was much bigger. He had a bunch of underwear and shit that he'd stolen from other, like underwear and bras and shit, and shoes that he had taken from other women. So he had put like a much bigger bra on her.
I wonder why.
I just said it was either because
don't.
No, but I just said that.
Well, don't attack me.
I'm just
saying that. I'm just saying that's weird.
Yeah, I just said it was either because
I wasn't in here. You do realize that I just left.
No, you were. Yeah, you were.
Okay.
You were sitting right there.
All right.
You were sitting right there. That's what's so funny. It's just like you were sitting right there when I said it was either because he wanted her to look like she had way bigger tits than she had, or he was trying to stanch the flow of blood from where he cut her tits off.
No, he wasn't trying to.
But he cut the tits off after she died, so I don't think that second explanation holds water. I think he just wanted her to look like
he wanted her to have bigger ones than she had.
And he
may have done something with her after he had killed her and cut all that off.
Well, he did.
And then put those fucking big stuffed bra on her and had sex with her again and just threw her out that way.
I mean, she had her clothes on that he had kidnapped her in, like a sweater. She just had like a sweater and a skirt on, like regular. Yeah. But yeah, it was like the fucking weird.
Just because you say something doesn't mean I absorb it in the way.
Well, I know, but like I said, sometimes I'm just like,
words don't have the same meaning to me as they do. All right.
Well, it's like I just don't like having to repeat the same thing over and over.
Well, no, it was just once you brought up what had happened, it brought me back to it. I was like, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, but I just said.
Yeah, I don't care what you just said. I had
to
hear it again.
Because you don't listen.
No, I just had to hear it again.
He doesn't listen.
No, Victor I listen. It's just that I don't absorb it the same way you do, especially when I've been drinking.
I guess not. Victor said, "I'm a nurse, and I can tell you, cutting the tits off is not good."
What?
professional opinion, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, not good.
I would think
I
so,
would
yeah.
not like to have my tits cut off. No, thank you. That doesn't sound. I don't want any of my body parts cut off. Really.
I think he cut them off to save them, but then once they were off, he wanted to have sex with her some more, so he gave her some bigger ones in a bra.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, because he wanted to make the tits into like paperweights and shit. Like he wanted to keep them.
Yeah, I think what he did is he had sex with her again, and he didn't want him. He didn't want her to be flat.
He's
so
like, what would she look
so
like
he gave her,
if she
put
was like
big
a
bra
double
on.
D?
Yeah, he put a bigger bra on stuff.
I stole a bra from a double D
Yeah.
woman. Let's
Now,
see
he
how
may have
that
had
looks.
a shirt on. He may have had a shirt on her when he did that too. So
He could pretend that.
So he could pretend that the tits weren't gone. Might have been that.
Yeah, it's messed up. Whatever. But like the fact that he fucking did that.
He's killing them and keeping them as sex dolls.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. And like I said, it really seems like most of the time, I mean, thankfully, thank for small mercies, I guess, but he didn't do a lot of torture before he killed them. Like, he did rape some of them while they were alive, but
he did seem to like to tease them about the strangulation thing, though.
Yeah.
Come up on their tiptoes.
So he did a little bit of that.
He let them know that they were going to be strangled.
But most of the shit, like cutting the tits off, cutting the
Yeah.
feet off, stuff like that, he did after they were dead. And most of the raping, he did after they were dead. Not all of it. Some of them he's still alive, but
well, he did.
he seemed like he just wanted, like you said, like a sex doll.
He had a death fetish, though. He wanted them to know that they were going to die. He'd hang them slowly.
Yeah.
He liked to watch them kick and jump around. And he tried to get him to do that after death when he fucking tried to.
That's a good point. He was trying to he's like, ooh, I wonder if they'll kick.
Yeah, yeah. So them fighting it was
arousing
to him. Yeah.
So he did get off on it.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say I did see some stuff that said, "Oh, he just wanted the body." I'm like, I don't think that's entirely
he wanted
the
to
case.
kill him too.
I think he was more into the body,
Yeah.
for sure. Because he did spend a lot more time doing the necrophilia thing. But he did fuck with them while they were alive, also, like, and kind of toy with them.
Yeah, because you see, a good example to put up against this would be Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer just wanted a very passive, living homosexual sex partner that would take it up to booty and then not try to fuck him in the ass. So he was going to take dudes and kill them, and he'd have a little fucking sex doll. He tried to keep them alive too. But with Dahmer, his method was always like some kind of drug that would knock him out, and then he'd strangle them when they were, So he wasn't into the killing and the suffering part. He just wanted a compliant sex doll. He took one kid and fucking drilled a hole in his head, though, when he was out, and put Drano in there and tried to turn him into a living zombie, which worked for a little bit, but then the dude jumped up and fucking ran out of there, and the fucking cops caught him, and the cops gave him back. They just thought they were fighting. He didn't realize he had a hole drilled in his head. Another one that he did, he drilled a hole in the head and put the Drano in there. The dude was in a coma for a couple days, and then died. So it did work for Dahmer to have a sex doll by doing that, but only for a couple days. That's not what he was looking for. He was looking for the rest of his life. That's what he was looking for. It's creepy ass fucking dudes. You can get some fucking badass sex dolls nowadays. They're getting even better. They're gonna have sex robots. They didn't have that shit back then, so it makes me wonder if fucking
if they'd had that back then, maybe
would they have done it? Like, would Dahmer have done that? Would Dahmer have done that if he was just able to buy a male sex doll? I
think some of them still would probably.
I think most of them would still kill people.
It wouldn't work the same exactly.
They wanted a real person to act as a sex doll. I think
because they wanted a real person to suffer.
Yeah,
like a robot can't really suffer.
Well, I don't think in Dahmer's case that's what it was.
Well, I don't think in Dahmer's case, but I think in a lot of them.
Maybe in this
Dahmer
case,
might be slightly different. But.
And this dude seems to be kind of like wanting to take a real life living woman and slowly kind of snuff her out to become a sex doll. There's more power in that probably for this guy. You're defeating a woman because he's mad at his mom
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably something like that.
Man, all these little dudes mad at their mom. Just going
Mad
out
at
and
his
killing
mom.
people.
I got the power.
Yeah, it's like
He-Man, little He-Man.
Yeah, they're pretty much stunted at that level of development.
Yeah, dude can't tell me what to do.
Shut up, you're not my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tammy said he was doing scientific research. Yeah, what the fuck was that about? I don't really get it. Yeah. Picture says that's what we all are looking for, isn't it? I guess like a sex doll that don't talk back.
I like an active sex partner.
Well, he's making a joke.
Yeah.
Just like the tit thing.
Yeah.
And I can't like really. It says I think it says Baron 4. Like my vision is really bad.
Yeah.
It's like, look, we all love tits, but we want them on a body, and that body to be alive.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, I like tits also. But yeah, I don't really want.
Yeah, I'm a boob man.
Severed tits.
Yeah, I'm a boob man.
That's kind of
I can't really relate to this.
It's kind of creepy
because you want the boobs to be on the woman, and then
I
the
mean,
woman.
It's kind of a whole.
Yeah. So yeah. I don't really understand that. I don't think it's a
distasteful.
I don't think it's a boob fetish in the way that a normal guy to a normal boob guy. It's not really. There's something about a love-hate relationship with the boob. He loves boobs, but he hates the fact that they're on a woman. So you gotta take them off.
Take it off.
I'm gonna take this is mine now. So it's almost kind of like emasculation. If you take a dude's dick off, it'd be like emasculation. It's something that's like defeminization. You're taking what you want off of that woman, so it's not even hers anymore.
Yeah, it's like
something
I'm just
like
gonna
that.
keep it, and then I can do whatever I want.
I just want the boob. I don't want the woman.
Yeah.
That's
well, he did the same with like we cut that one woman's foot off too, like that he put shoes in.
Yeah.
Like
Dahmer would cut the heads off and keep them. It's kind of like I like the head, but I don't like the woman. That's weird.
Yeah, I mean, once you've
the
gone
head,
to that extent,
yeah. Kind of like depersoning the woman, turning her into a sex toy.
Yeah. Like I said, they have good sex toys nowadays.
Yeah.
You really don't need to do that. So
that's not what they're after, though.
No, I know.
I don't think that's what it is.
So, okay. So because these two bodies that they found, obviously, had the same type of rope, the same kind of copper wire, the same kind of knots. And the fact that both of them had been weighed down with like engine components, they're like, obviously this dude is an electrician or a mechanic or something along those lines. So they started questioning, people in that profession, like all around the area. And they also thought that because the two women that they found, and I don't know at this point if they had, I don't think they had, if they had linked the other two women that were still missing, because they didn't find their bodies. So, well, actually, they found one of the bodies later, but one of the bodies has still not been found to this day. But they know he killed her because he confessed to it. But I don't know if they linked the two murders with the two women that were still at this stage missing. But they must have, because they thought to themselves, well, this guy is obviously targeting, like, young, like, professionals or young college students. So we're going to, like, kind of do, I mean, again, good police work. And it's good because, like, a lot of these cases that I talk about, like, the police work is pretty shoddy, gonna say. But in this case, pretty good, like, for the time. They thought to themselves, well, we're going to go and, like, interview women, like, somewhere where, like, there's a lot of women, like, at the college or something like that. And this actually hit pay dirt because they started interviewing students at Oregon State University, where one of the victims was a student. And they started interviewing everybody, and they started finding out that a lot of women at the college, they're like, you know what's weird? It's like we've been getting random-ass phone calls from this weird dude who says he's a lonely Vietnam vet, and he just calls randomly and asks us out on dates. And most of them were like, fuck off, and like hung up, as you would, because they don't fucking know who this dude is. He's just calling up randomly. But it turned out that one girl felt sorry for him and had actually gone out on a date with him. Like, he used different names and stuff. He didn't use his real name. And she told the police she said he was a white dude, just like about in his 30s, maybe like early 30s, kind of pudgy. She said he had kind of blondish red hair. It was kind of thinning, and freckles. And she said he was driving a dirty station wagon, and that the station wagon had kids' clothes in it, and that she thought he was probably married.
That's weird, man. That dude fucking picked up some chick to do a fucking illicit date, and he's got his kids' clothes in there, and he didn't think she would see that
Or figure it out.
or figure that out.
I don't, like I said, I think a lot of these dudes, because they're sociopaths,
Yeah.
I don't think, and I think this might also feed into like why they think they're smarter than everybody else. And I don't think they think that other people have any deductive reasoning.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, oh, it's fine. Like they'll never figure it out.
What fucking reminded me of that is fucking outside Fort Campbell. We had this fucking park. I think it was, I don't remember the park. We would hang out in there. All the dudes that rode motorcycles, and fucking the locals would drive through there, and because it was like a big circuit, and sometimes you'd have girls in there cruising dudes, and some chicks came and was cruising some of the army motorcycle guys that were there, and they started laughing at him, and then they fucking sped off. I said, "What the fuck happened?" He goes, "Man, they're in here trying to meet dudes, and they got a fucking baby seat in the back seat."
Yeah, real chick magnet that.
Yeah, and fucking,
you know,
it had a
a real
babysitter.
dude magnet.
Well, no, it was chicks. It was
Yeah.
women trying to pick up dudes, girls trying to pick up guys, but they had a baby seat in the back, which
Yeah.
meant that it was somebody's wife.
Right.
Back in those days.
Or at least a single mom. But
Or a
like
single mom,
yeah,
but
still.
we called
Baggage.
it off as like that was somebody's wife.
Yeah.
You know, which is probably more likely back in the fucking 90s. And it was probably a fucking soldier's wife. And they got embarrassed and left. There was two girls in the front seat. I saw them going. So it kind of reminded me of that. I was like, why are they out cruising dudes? Oh, and I remember then they came back about an hour later and the fucking car seat was gone.
They figured it out.
They put it in the trunk. Yeah.
Yeah, Tammy says, yeah, clean your car,
Yeah,
your car
yeah,
out,
yeah,
dumbass.
yeah. It
Well, yeah,
reminded
that's
me
what I
of that
mean.
shit right there.
But it's like, it's just funny. You're picking a woman up for a date. You're married
Yeah, yeah.
and you have kids.
Yeah.
I'm picking up a girl for a date and I'm just going to leave all this shit.
Yeah.
Like, she's not going to notice
She's not gonna notice
or
my-
know what that means.
Yeah, or my wife's fucking purse and shit.
I was like,
back there.
either
Yeah.
you're married and have kids or you're a pedophile.
pedo, yeah.
Neither of those are good. You know what I mean? Nothing.
because
Nothing's good about
He
that.
was so used to that. He was so used to seeing that shit in the back seat that he didn't notice it. He didn't realize that it was a giveaway.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
funny. That just shows you how solipsistic these guys are. They have main character syndrome.
that's what I mean. I think they
Yeah,
think that other people aren't going to
Other people
figure it
won't
out, or
notice.
it's like other people have brains too.
Yeah.
They can see stuff.
Yeah. That's fucking funny.
So yeah, she described the dude and said that, and then she said, this was a big red flag. So she says we go out on a date, and she's like, it wasn't great. It was kind of creepy. She's like, it was all right at first, but then it got creepier and creepier. And she said that he told me early on in the date, he mentioned, he's like, wow, think about those two girls that they found in the river. And she's like, okay, like that, yeah, a little bit weird. And then they kind of have a date. It's pretty creepy and awkward. And then he's driving her home and says, why did you decide to come out on a date with me? I mean, I think she kind of felt sorry for him, is why she went. And she said, oh, I was just curious. And then, according to her, he said, how did you know I wouldn't take you to the river and strangle you?
Yeah. That's some weird shit.
Don't say that on a date, dudes. Oh my God. So, she was like, yeah, I won't be seeing this motherfucker again. Although, obviously, she didn't tell him that because she was probably like, yeah, I had a great time, bye. And then she probably, like, ran back into her house, like, fucking, like her ass was on fire. And so she told the police all this stuff, and they said, well, do you think he'll contact you again? Like, did you say you didn't want to see him again? She was like, no, I just like left, you know, as you would. She didn't want to make him mad, probably. And like, they were like, tell you what, if he ever calls you back, let us know. And she's like, okay, I will. And he did. He called her back again and asked her out for another date.
Yeah.
She was like, sure, man.
Yeah.
And then the cop showed up and arrested him.
That's how they got it. That's how they got his ass.
Yeah, the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
That reminds me of there was I remember this case. I think I saw it on Geraldo Rivera, back before I joined the Army, if I remember correctly. Sometimes I remember his little jar with all these fucking head injuries and bike accidents and shit.
Gotta pee.
The fucking woman woke up in the middle of the night, and she was a young woman in her 20s, and there was a dude in her fucking room with her who had come into the house. And he sweet talked his way into bed with her. And she played along. Fucking she was a quick thinking little chick. He was pulling this routine where, you know, I got kind of like old Dennis Rader over there back there, you know, I got sexual problems type of deal. I need help. And he was a good looking, if I remember correctly, he was like a good looking young black dude. And he gets in the fucking bed with her, and she was like a Hispanic chick, kind of heavy set. And he fucks the shit out of her. It's rape, of course. This motherfucker broke into his house. He broke into her house, but she's kind of like playing along. And she starts talking to him, and he's telling his whole fucking life story. Pretty much. And then when it was time for him to leave, he decided he's leaving. And you know what she did? She says, "Hey, could I have your phone number? And I would, you know, I can call you. You can come back." And he's like, "Yeah." And he gave her his fucking phone number. What does she do? Calls the police.
But yeah, done.
Dude came in and fucking raped me. Here's his phone number. Fucking told the whole story. They fucking...
It's like that dumbass
caught
giving
the
his
dude.
real fucking phone number.
He was a serial rapist. He had hit a bunch of chicks in the area. And he was young, you know, 19, 20. And he was a dude like this. He's a fucking serial rapist. They locked his ass up, though. But the dudes have so much of the fucking solipsism, so much fucking main character syndrome. The dude thought he was so much Don Juan. He thought she really wanted him to come back. So he gave out his fucking number to her.
My dick converted
Because he thought he had a connection with her. Yeah.
Idiot.
That magic ass dick.
Your dick's not magic.
Yeah, dick wasn't magic. She set you up, fucking
No
called
dick
cops
is
on
magic.
you.
Sorry.
Hey, how much you bet he was fucking butthurt? She betrayed me. Those
I'm
bitches-
sure that's how he spun it.
Yeah.
Because they immediately, those type of dudes immediately go into victim mode. That bitch.
No, she got you.
She told
man.
me she liked me.
Yeah, she got you, bro.
She didn't fucking like you any of that time. You're just a dumbass.
She used feminine skills on you.
That's all that was.
Stupid
You're
bitch.
just stupid. Sorry.
Yeah, that was back in the 80s.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
So they do make mistakes like this because they really do believe that they're fucking great.
that they're fucking special.
Yeah.
So you're not fucking special, obviously. So he called. I love that he called this girl back.
Yeah.
Oh, I would love to go out with you again, Jerry. You
Yeah.
weren't at all creepy and weird the first time. And he was like, "Woo, score." And then the cops show up and arrest him instead. And he was probably, I don't know, but he was probably like, "That bitch." You know what I mean? Yeah. But good for this girl, seriously. So they arrest this dumbass, and he gave his actual name, and where he worked, and his age and everything. But he gave them a fake address, which I'm like, if you gave them your real name and shit, it's like they can find out where you live, dummy. Even back then. Now, they didn't have anything to, like, hold him on, though, because they wasn't sure. Like I said, it was all at this point, like, people saying, like, he was a weirdo that called, and he said weird shit about the girls in the river and all this other kind of shit. So they didn't really have any solid evidence to hold him on at this stage. But they did do a background check on him, and they found out that he had some history, obviously, of some sexual violence, physical violence, and shit like that towards women. And then they looked up... through vehicle records and things of that nature, that said that he had lived in Portland at the time when Linda Slawson, the first victim, the encyclopedia salesperson, had last been seen alive. As I said, they never found Linda Slawson's body. They know that he killed her because he admitted to it, but they have not found her body. He dumped it somewhere. He said he didn't remember where it was, and they haven't found it. So he also had lived where his current address was, which they obviously found out like pretty soon, that he only lived a couple blocks away from the department store where Karen Sprinker was kidnapped. And they also found out that, remember the 15-year-old girl, Gloria Smith, that that said that the dude that tried to kidnap her was driving a green Carmen Ghia. And they said, well, he doesn't own a green Carmen Ghia, but his mom does. And when they went and asked the mom, it's like, yeah, he had the car on that day. So they were like, okay, this is probably our guy. They also showed Gloria Smith, the 15-year-old girl, a lineup, like mugshots. And she was like, yep, that's the motherfucker right there. So she, like, identified him. So all of this was enough to get a search warrant on his property. So a little over a week after he was arrested, they did a search on his property because they got the warrant. When they went in the garage, he didn't have any of the bodies or the foot. Like I said, he'd thrown the foot in the river too, or so he said. So he didn't have any body parts there. However, they did find a whole bunch of stolen lingerie and shoes, like women's high-heeled shoes and things like that. They found a whole big list of like phone numbers of sorority houses and apartment complexes where college girls lived and shit like that, which is what he was using to like call people up randomly and ask for dates. They found that. And they also found a whole big stash of Polaroid photographs of some women, and some of them were clearly dead. So not looking too good for old Jer, is it? Now they did actually find a picture that of this specific picture, which was one of the things that, and I've seen it. I've seen the photo. It's a photo that he took of Karen Sprinker, and she's naked and she's hanging from the pulley thing, and he put a mirror underneath her. So I guess so he could get a picture of her vagina. I guess that's why he did that.
She's not hanging upside down.
No, she's not hanging upside down.
Yeah.
She's hanging like that.
All right.
And he took the picture, and his reflection is in the mirror.
Yeah.
And it's clearly him.
Yeah.
Like, you can see his face. So they were like, well, there's that motherfucker right there. Now, she wasn't dead in the photo.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're like, obviously, some of the photos that they found in his garage, these women are clearly dead. You know what I mean? So, not great. Not a good look, Jer.
She's hanging up, but she wasn't dead?
Not yet.
How did they know she wasn't dead?
Well, they can tell by looking. I don't know. She looks still alive to me,
okay,
like in the picture.
She was hanging by her neck?
No, by her hands, like
her
that.
Hands, okay.
Like, I think he'd hung her by her hands like that.
Okay.
I think it's at least that's what I remember from the photo.
Right.
Some of the women that he did hang them from their necks, but they didn't die right away. Like, he kind of...
You saw the photos? Did they...
I saw a couple of them, yeah.
Wow, okay.
There's some of them are out there,
All right.
like I said. Yeah, so they found some of the photos, obviously very suspicious. And they also found one of these severed breasts covered with resin on a mantle in the living room. Why did his wife be like, what the fuck is that on the mantle? Like, why are you putting that? It's clearly a tit. I don't understand this. I don't understand this.
She had to have known.
I'm not sure. But like I said, we'll get into that in a second. They also found a whole bunch of copper wiring and a whole bunch of nylon rope that was just like the stuff that was found around the bodies. Obviously very suspicious. And a bunch of car parts in there. Again, very suspicious because that's what the women were tied to when they were dumped in the river. And the knots that were on these ropes and stuff like that were just like knots that somebody in his profession would tie. So at this point, they're like, okay, they decide they're going to put him under 24/7 surveillance. And because of all of the evidence that they compiled, they decided, okay, we're going to arrest him now. But apparently, I don't know if he got tipped off or something like that, but he decides him and his whole family are going to make a run for it. So he gets his wife, this is kind of hilarious. He gets his wife to pack up the car, like not all their shit, I guess, but like some of their shit. Hey, we're going on a trip. The wife and the kids are in the car, I think. He's the back seat under a blanket, and they're heading for Portland. I'm assuming they were heading for the border of Canada. I'm assuming that's where they're heading. But They're like, okay, and they found him because they kept him under surveillance, so they were following him. So they found them, they pulled him over, and he's in the fucking backseat under a blanket. I don't know what he told his wife. I can't imagine. Like, if your husband came to you and said, look, we got to get out of the fucking country. I'm in big trouble. Just drive to Canada. I'm going to hide in the backseat under a blanket. Don't ask me any questions. It's fine. Okay, honey. Whatever.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Okay.
No, I ain't buying any of this.
I'm not really sure. So, yeah.
No.
So they caught him anyway.
Yeah.
Under a fucking blanket in the backseat of his car. I love it. So, he also later, after they arrested him from jail, he used his phone call to call his wife. I guess he didn't know that they record all his phone calls. They do, for your future information. And asked her to destroy all this evidence in the house. She did not, to her credit. So, yeah. Hey, can you know all that stuff in my... Why don't you just burn that garage down? You know?
Yeah.
Just don't be weird about it. Just, yeah, what the fuck? Now, so after this, so they start questioning his stupid ass with all the shit they found, which is very, very incriminating. And at this point, like I said, the photos they had identified, Linda Salee, Karen Sprinker, and Jan Whitney. Although at this point they had not found Jan Whitney's body. They would find her body, but Linda Slawson, the first victim, her body has still not been found. So I'm telling you that right now. Now, at first, he was like, nope, not me, didn't do any of that stuff, blah, blah, blah. But then, like, they kind of broke him down, like, over a couple of days. They were just kind of hitting on the fact, it's like, look, we got this, we got that, we got this other thing. And he finally broke down and confessed to all 4 murders and described them in great detail to the police, and as well as later psychologists who would come in to see what the fuck was wrong with this dude. And he also, like, they didn't even know, like, they were tying him to the 2 bodies that they'd found in the river. And they suspected that he'd also killed Jan Whitney, although they hadn't found her body yet. Like, they knew she was missing. But they hadn't even linked Linda Slawson's murder, the encyclopedia saleswoman, the first woman that he killed that they know of, until he said something about it. Although he couldn't remember what her name was, but he told them all the details, and they said, oh, it must be that, because, like I said, they matched it up. Now, so they asked him, they were like, well, what's your fucking deal, man? Like, why do you do this? And he just said, all he said was, there must be something wrong with me. You think? You think? Yeah. I think there's something wrong with you. He said, oh, I just do it to let off steam, he said.
Yeah, blowing off steam. That's
Yeah.
what dudes do. They go blow off steam to kill some bitches.
So.
Cut some titties off and blowing off steam. Yeah.
I mean, you never know. Cut a foot off, put a shoe
yeah.
on it, take some pictures of a severed foot inside some different shoes that you got.
You blow
That's
off steam.
totally normal behavior.
Yeah.
Totally normal. So yeah. So at this point they had matched up all 4 murders. And he got an attorney assigned to blah blah. So June 1969 it was his arraignment hearing. Now at first they were just charging him. I think this is all they charged him for, because like I said, they didn't find Linda Slawson's body, so they couldn't really charge him with that because there wasn't enough evidence. So they're going to charge him with 3 murders. Now at first he tried to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. He tried that little ploy. So they were like, okay, fine. And so they sent him to a bunch of psychiatrists, every single one of whom said, nah, he's fine. He can, it's like, obviously he's not right, but he's sane enough to stand trial. He knows right from wrong, obviously, because he tried to cover the shit up. The whole definition, it's very, I think people think it's really easy to say, ooh, I'm insane. It's like, it's not. You have to legitimately not understand that what you're doing is wrong. And the fact that you try to cover the crime up, that fucks your whole shit up right there. Because you knew what you were doing was wrong. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tried to cover it up. Right? You wouldn't have tried
totally
to...
mentally incompetent.
Yeah, exactly. And that's very difficult to prove.
Yeah. Under U.S. law, you can't really hardly prove that.
No. It very rarely happens. Yeah. So he tried to do that, and all the psychiatrists were like, nah, bro. You're fine. So yeah, so they put him on trial. Now, 3 days before the trial, he decided to change his plea to guilty. So at least he did that much. So I guess they didn't have to go through the whole trial and everything like that because he pled guilty. So they, what?
The only person that probably could have got away with insanity plea that I can think of under U.S. law would have been Charles Whitman, the fucking tower killer.
Yeah, we did a show
Because
about
he
that.
had a fucking brain
tumor.
He had a brain tumor the size of a fucking softball in his fucking head, or a fucking baseball. And he was hearing voices. That dude wasn't guilty. He was a natural disaster. Had a fucking brain tumor and went fucking crazy. So I don't think he was under control.
No, probably. Like, there are cases like that, but it's pretty rare.
He died on the scene, though. He was killed at the scene.
I mean, most people like this, serial killers, yes, obviously what they're doing is insane to a normal person, but they still know what they're doing is bad, or they wouldn't try to hide it.
Yeah.
The fact they try to hide it knows that they have enough self-awareness to know that they shouldn't be doing it.
Yeah.
Which means that they're not insane. So, you know, the second you try to cover shit up, you know what I mean? So, yeah, so they didn't buy it. So, but he, I guess, knew enough, or his lawyer was like, bro, you were so busted. Just plead guilty. Just let's get it over with. So he did. So he pled guilty to 3 counts of first-degree murder. And he got sentenced to 3 consecutive terms of life imprisonment. Now, at first, there was a possibility of parole, but spoiler alert, he did some appeals and shit like that, but they were like, no.
No way.
And he stayed in, like, until he died. Now, interestingly, Jerry, because we were talking about his wife earlier, Ralphie, how much she knew about this. Now, Jerry insisted that he loved his wife very much, which I doubt. Can these people ever love anybody? I don't think so. But he continued to say that until he died. And he insisted that she had nothing whatsoever to do with any of his crimes and didn't know anything about it. I don't know if he ever said what story he told her when he was on the lam from the law, like driving to Canada or whatever the fuck they were doing, hiding in the under the blanket under the backseat. I don't know what kind of story you would tell to make that okay. I'm not real sure. But the cops didn't really buy it. So Ralphie and his wife was actually formally indicted for 1 case of first-degree murder in the case of Karen Sprinker. Now, a lot of that did hinge on an eyewitness report, which was later kind of debunked a little bit. But this person said that they had seen her and him, like, forcing Karen Sprinker into the garage, like, together.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. Like, during her trial, I guess the jury didn't buy it because it's like she went on trial. That person testified that said that they'd seen that, but then there was like a bunch of other witnesses that also said, yeah, we didn't see that or anything like that. So she ended up getting off. Like, she got acquitted. You know, because there wasn't enough evidence. Now, when he was in prison, he was a good boy the whole time he was in there. Did some good shit. He was like, he had a job in there, like fixing the vending machines and all that other kind of crap. I'm sure you might be happy to know that he was sexually assaulted many times in prison. He never ratted on who did it, but yeah, and his ass was beat many times also.
That's why they were doing that to him. What kind of offender he was.
That's what I'm saying. That's what happened. However, the prison officials they didn't allow him to order porn, but because he was into high-heeled shoes and underwear, they did allow him to like order catalogs from like shoe companies and lingerie companies and stuff like that he could beat off to. Which okay, whatever.
It wasn't porn.
Your tax dollars at work.
Wasn't porn to everybody else.
You know what I mean? Yeah, but for him it was. I mean, I don't know.
That's fucking nothing. I think they let fucking convicts nowadays have fucking internet and cell phones.
As anything that like chills them out. Like, you know what I mean? I just kind of feel like just give them something to do.
Give them a bunch of video games.
Give them something to do. Like, what good is it going to serve anybody to just like stare at a wall like all day? That's not great. Because especially if they're going to get out at some point. Yeah.
And if they're not going to get out, then it doesn't matter what you do to them.
True. So yeah, so like I said, they did a bunch of appeals, but basically at one of his parole hearings, they were like, "Look, bud, you're never getting out." So, sorry, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he never did. Now he did give some interviews while he was in prison, and I thought this was kind of interesting. So this one detective from Marion County interviewed him, and his name is Jim Burns, and he said, "I interviewed this motherfucker, and one of the questions that he asked was, do you feel any remorse? Do you feel sorry for the girls who died?" And he said that Jerry took a piece of paper off of the table, wadded it up and threw it across the room, and he basically said, "That much. I care about those girls as much as I care about that piece of paper." Yeah. He admitted it.
Well, why would they care?
Yeah, he does not care.
It's not there. If he cared, he wouldn't have done all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so like I said, fucking sociopath.
So psychopath. They're all about themselves. Yeah.
He just did not give a single shit.
Yeah.
So, happily, this stupid motherfucker died of liver cancer. I feel bad for cancer, actually. For having to live inside this.
You feel bad for cancer
dude.
having to live in that?
Yeah.
That's funny.
He died in 2006 in prison.
Damn, he lived a long time.
He was 67 years old.
Yeah.
At the time, and maybe still, he was the longest incarcerated inmate in the Oregon Department of Corrections. He had served 37 years.
Okay. Wow.
So yeah, because he went in when he was 30. He was only 30 when he got arrested. Now, after he was arrested, like I said, his wife got charged again with accessory on one of the crimes. But again, their kids were taken away, because at that time I think the daughter was 7 and the son was 5 or 4, something like that. So her kids got taken away for a little while. She got put on trial again, but she got acquitted, and then they gave her kids back, and then she changed her name and like moved away and did a whole other life. Now, did his wife know? I don't know, man. Like, I don't know her, and it's like, I don't really know what the dynamic was. It seems to me that she was still a teenager when she married him. He seemed kind of controlling. He might have been abusive, even though she denied it. I don't know if she thought he was up to something but didn't want to say anything. I find it hard to believe that she was completely cognizant of what he was doing. I think maybe she might have suspected but didn't want to say anything, or didn't want it to be true. Maybe.
Well, it's probably the kind of situation where, like you said, he got a hold of her when she was young, so she was probably psychologically dependent on him.
Yeah, I mean, she was only 17.
And she was probably kind of weak to begin with.
Yeah, she might have just been submissive naturally.
Yeah, so I think maybe what happened is that she knew something was wrong, but she was powerless to do anything about it or to question anything. And he kind of kept her in check.
I kind of feel like that was probably
and she just did what she was told. And she said, well, okay. You know what I mean? And she wasn't the type. And, you know, if he's ushering some chick into the garage, she's like, oh, okay, all right. So she knew, she may have at a certain level knew something was wrong, but I think she was the kind of submissive personality that was powerless to do anything about it.
Yeah.
And powerless to tell on him, because, you know, she might have been that meek.
She might, she very well might have been.
Yeah.
That might have been why he targeted her in the first
You're right.
place.
Yeah, right.
Because, like I said, these type of motherfuckers can sense vulnerability.
Weakness and vulnerability. Somebody he could control, manipulate, and to say to shut the fuck up and you stay over there. Don't question me.
Don't ever go in my garage.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas, like I said, most women nowadays be like, "Oh, I'm going in that garage."
Yeah. That was a long time ago, and like I said, there was no social media or internet. People complain about the effects of social media, and yeah, there are some bad effects of social media, but there's also some good effects of social media, and that is that you know what the norms are. You know what everybody else is thinking and what they're doing if you're keeping up with social media. So it makes it harder for like super bizarre behavior to go unnoticed.
Yeah, someone's going to know.
You got something to compare it to.
Yeah.
And you always have somebody to ask questions to. You're like, hey, you know, is it normal if somebody does this? I go, no, I ain't normal.
No, it's not fucking
okay,
normal.
well, this is the situation I'm in.
That's what I mean.
So,
it's like it's good because like I said, I go on Reddit sometimes and it's like some of the it's kind of well, I don't know if it's sad necessarily, but it's like some people like sometimes I'll go on like relationship forums or something like that. And a lot of the people, they're kind of young, so they're like in their first big relationship or their first long-term relationship, and they'd be like, "Hey, is it normal when he does this, that, and the other?" And everybody's like, "Girl, get the fuck out of there! What the fuck are you thinking?" You know what I mean? But they don't know. You know what I mean? It's like they're young, and it's just kind of like. But that's good, like, because back in the old days,
you were on your own back then.
You were kind of on your own, and
you didn't know what was normal and what wasn't normal.
Yeah.
You didn't know what was true or not true either.
So you were just kind of like, well, this dude beats the shit out of me and all this other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And your mom's just probably like, yeah, my husband did the same thing. You just got to put up with it. You know what I mean? It's just, it was probably just like that. Yeah. It's like nowadays everyone's like, get the fuck out of there. Call the cops. You know what I mean? But like they didn't do that back then. So that might have been the case here. You know, I don't know. I don't know how much she knew. It seemed like most of the time, as far as I could determine, when he was doing his little excursions, his little adventures, it seemed like he would wait until his wife and kids were gone. So he was at least cognizant he was trying to keep it from them. So I don't know if she ever discovered anything, if she ever peeked in the garage, if she ever peeked in the basement.
That's weird. He had a titty on the mantle.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure what the layout of the house was, or if it was the mantle in the garage, or if there was like did she see it? Like, did she ask about it? Because I would ask. It's like, that looks like a epoxy covered tit. What is that about?
We're in a house probably much bigger than theirs. Don't you know pretty much where everything is, even down in the garage? Don't you know what's in there?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, largely, more or less.
If I had a fucking human titty on a fucking
I would notice that for
downstairs in the garage or
well, if it was in the garage, I might not notice it, but because there's a lot of shit in there. But
so okay, yeah, maybe you wouldn't.
I might not notice it because I don't go. I only go in there to go in to get toilet paper or to get stuff out of the freezer.
Let me ask you this: if I was a serial killer and had a human titty, would I put that human titty up on a shelf in the?
I would hope
downstairs. Where you could see it possibly one day?
Maybe he got off on the fact that I'm just going to put this here and see if she fucking notices it. Yeah. And then, like, maybe he got off on the fact that it's like, what if she does notice it? Like, coming up with stories, like, to tell her, like, to justify it somehow.
It's not a real titty. It's a monkey titty. It came from Borneo.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
like
a Borneo monkey titty.
Yeah, my anthropologist friend brought that, like, or some shit like that. Like, maybe he got off on, like, thinking of stories to, like, tell people if they questioned it.
I can't imagine a motherfucker who's doing
I'm like, a human titty is pretty distinctive. I
can't imagine a motherfucker who is doing shit like this, though, even tempting fate that way. I'm going to put it here, see if she notices. I think he would have kept that shit...
You'd think.
Secret, yeah.
But like I said, maybe that was part of his kink.
Maybe. And her seeing it, not knowing.
And maybe, well, that's the thing, and that maybe in a weird, indirect way, that might kind of fold into the narrative about her being like real submissive and everything. He's like, I'm just gonna put. She's not gonna say boo about that. I'm gonna put that right fucking there.
Have this sexy ass shoe, the heel with a foot in it,
with a real foot in it, a clearly severed human foot.
She won't even believe what it is. Yeah.
She won't even say anything. Yeah. That's how much she's under my thumb.
Yeah.
It might have been a situation like that.
Into it because we don't really know the
details.
No,
I'm blue skying. Yeah. I'm just kind of like, all right. I'm speculating what might have been going on. Yeah. I don't know. I wasn't there, obviously. But it's just kind of like, that might have been what was going on. Maybe he thought that was kind of funny. That it's like I can do all this shit and she won't say anything about it.
Maybe.
You know? Because who puts a resin covered titty on your, who does that? This guy. Yeah. Other than this guy, nobody. Come on.
Weird.
Yeah, you don't have any like resin covered titties in there, do you? No. I would think. He likes titties, but not like that.
Victor Garcia said Borneo Monkey Titty is a great band name. I come up with fucking great band names on a regular. I could fucking make money making names and titles for shit. Jen never asked me what the title should be. Some of the books I titled that she came out.
You did.
I could title every one of these series every fucking video in this series, I can tell that shit better than what Jane comes. Because I just have that damn fucking P.T. Barnum fucking greatest fucking show. A fucking lingo and be part of my sales background. I would name these, every fucking name to every one of these fucking episodes would be clickbait to the max. I know how to do it. But Borneo Monkey Titty I'm really using some imagery on people. Borneo. I don't even know where the fuck that is. That's just an exotic location, okay? I threw it in there. Exotic breast of a monkey. Anything to distract you from the fact that that's a woman's tit.
DVD Dragon said, "Titty on the mantle, found it in the war."
Yeah.
See, like I said,
that bitch in the war.
He might be laying awake at night.
Yeah.
This motherfucker, thinking of like all the funny fucking stories. It's like, how stupid can the story be before she won't buy it anymore?
Yeah.
Like he might have got off on. He might have got a stiffy thinking about that. I don't know. Allegedly, maybe he was weird like that.
That's some wild shit.
It is. Yeah. So this motherfucker, who, like I said, thankfully fucking died of liver cancer. And like I said, we feel bad for liver cancer, for having to live inside that dude. He was convicted of 3 murders, but they know he killed at least 4 because he confessed to it. However, he was not convicted of the murder of Linda Slawson, his first victim, because they never found her body. So there was insufficient evidence, and they still have not found her body to this day, sadly. They did find photos of her in his murder garage, but because the photos were not of her, like they couldn't tell if she was alive or dead in the photos, so obviously they can't prove, you know what I mean? Because it was just like of her body parts, like her feet and stuff. So it's like, so we couldn't tell if she was dead or alive, so they couldn't really prove it. And like I said, they never found her body either. But they did find... eventually Jan Whitney's body. They found that like a month after he was convicted. And it was about a mile downstream from where he had said he had dumped it.
So after this dude was in prison, he didn't talk, huh?
Well,
he wouldn't say much?
Well, he confessed to everything. Yeah. I mean, all the shit that I said, like what he did to the
Based
victims,
on the
he said all of that.
Okay.
Like what he had done.
All right.
He told the cops that, and he told the psychiatrist that.
So he was one of the types that wanted to talk about what he did.
But after that, like when he was in prison, he wouldn't talk about it anymore.
Okay.
And like he wanted parole. So he started saying, "Yep, not me." Like again after that.
Yeah, but they're never gonna put parole that.
But no, they never did. And like I said, even at one of the parole hearings, they're like, "You know what? You're never getting out. Fuck you."
Yeah.
He still kept going to parole hearings, but they were like, "No."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they just like left him in there, which I thought was kind of funny. Like I thought it was kind of funny. I don't know if they did it on purpose, like to give him false hope or something, but that'd be super funny if they did.
It was probably the state law that they had to give him a hearing.
I think that's what it was. It's just kind of like they have to do one every certain period of time, even though they're like, "Yeah, no, this motherfucker."
Yeah, and eventually they're like, "Dude, you're a serial killer. You're never getting out."
Because I mean, the interviews they did with him in prison and stuff like that, he obviously did not care, and he didn't have any remorse or anything like that. He's obviously going to reoffend.
Yeah.
Like I said, dudes like this cannot be fixed. Yeah. I'm convinced.
No, not at that point. You could never trust that dude again.
Like I said, maybe you could fix them if you got them when they were a kid. But once they're a teenager or an adult, nope. They can't be fixed.
They're done.
I don't think they can be
fixed. They've reached the development that they're going to... That's what it's going to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Tom Baker said it's like that wife of Herb Baumeister. Like that wife was the worst. Yeah, like I remember we did a show about him.
I thought she was separated from him though, wasn't she?
I don't remember all the details, but I don't know. I always kind of thought she maybe kind of knew what was going on. I don't know how.
I remember the Baumeister stories that she was gone and not living in the house. It was a mansion. She wasn't living there.
It's a pretty big house. I've seen pictures of it, but I don't know. Like I said, this situation.
She left Herb because I think she found out that Herb was gay. Yeah. And that he wasn't going to stop putting dicks in the booty. You know what I mean? And fucking do the things that gay
She's like,
dudes
you can put your
do.
dick in my booty, but it's like, don't be putting dicks in other
booties.
I'm not
sucking
really
on all these fucking dicks and shit. And fucking the wife wasn't up for that. They got a lot of fucking wives that'd be up for that shit. If I was doing that shit, Jen would love it. She loves that homoerotic shit.
Oh, I'm gonna film it.
She'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna film it." She's gonna try to jump into that. But there's some women out there that they're not into that at all.
I mean, I get it. Like, not everyone's into it. Like,
Yeah,
I'm kind of a weirdo. But
they're gonna consider that cheating. You know.
Well, it like I said, I only consider shit
with
cheating.
Herb, it was cheating.
It was.
With Herb,
I consider shit cheating if you're doing shit behind their back, or you're doing stuff that you wouldn't do in front of them.
Right.
If you're doing something that you would do in front of them, or they're okay with it, or they're there, then that's not cheating. It's only cheating if you're doing something that y'all said you weren't gonna do, or if you're doing somthing behind your back that you wouldn't want them to find out about.
Well, it's also cheating if your heart's in it. Because
that too. Well, that kind of goes along with it.
Yeah, because with Herb, he wasn't about women. He was about dudes. His heart was into that, and fucking, he just got married for cover. He just wanted.
She was a beard.
She was what they call a beard to make him look straight. So she's like, "Oh shit, I'm just a fucking side character in his main story. Fuck this shit."
Which nobody wants to be that.
Right. Totally different.
I can understand, but like, I don't remember a lot of the details about her. Like I said, it's been a long time since we did that show. But the thing about, it's just kind of like,
right.
I'm sure that's probably happened a lot. Well, it's probably not so much nowadays, but I kind of feel like back in the day, I feel like that happened a lot.
Yeah, because when married women, just
because they were like, well, we have to keep up appearances and blah blah, because they weren't really allowed, or it was illegal in a lot of places. Yeah. To do it in here, UK, everywhere.
The women they married didn't sign up for that. You know what I mean?
That's what I mean. Like I said, as long as everyone's on the same page.
Yeah.
I'm not. Whatever y'all want to do in your relationship with your significant other or others.
Yeah.
Everything's fine as long as everyone's on the same page.
Yeah.
As soon as someone's not on the same page, then that's not okay.
There's a lot of women out there that would marry a bisexual dude as long as they were getting something out of it and they loved the dude. I married a bisexual woman.
Yeah.
Jen. You know what I mean? Like, it still works out.
He knows.
Yeah, I knew. Yeah. So, you know.
He knows, and like I said, I don't do anything behind your back.
Yeah. Right.
And I would never. I just don't do that. So it's just kind of like, that's all it is. As long as everyone's going into anything with open eyes, then I don't have a problem.
So Herb wasn't in that situation. He married that woman. That woman thought he was straight, and fucking she.
And Herb is another one. I don't know. He's kind of fucked up. But I was just kind of like, if he had just accepted himself the way he was, and just been in the gay scene and been out and fine with it, which I understand was like not acceptable at the time. You know, in his early days, would he have not ended up?
No, his problem is that he was into terminal asphyxia, where you strangle somebody to death until they died. He was into that. So he was in, and I know they have dudes in the fetish scene and women in the fetish that are into asphyxia.
I know it's not that uncommon.
Trying to cut somebody, but you're not trying to kill them. You're just trying to fuck with them a little bit. It's like a tease. But no, he was like, I'm gonna kill. That's like fucking Shabusiness. Shabusiness was into fucking strangling her boyfriend, and then she goes, I want to see what's gonna happen if I kill him. Well, he'll be
Let's just go all the way with this.
Go all the way, yeah. Well, he's gonna die, and then she wanted to fucking. Cut his
I
head
can
off.
tell you what'll happen. He'll die.
Taylor Shabusiness.
Yeah, we did
Weirdest
a show about
fucking woman of all times.
That was crazy.
Taylor Shabusiness.
Like I said, it's always crazier to me. Yeah. I know this is, I don't know. It's not that shocking to me when a dude does something like this. But when a woman does something like that, that's very shocking to me. I'm just like, that's not usually something that a woman would do.
Yeah.
Like the shit she did. Oh, I was sucking his dick, and then I decided, why don't I just cut it off while I'm sucking it? I was like, what the fuck is your bitch?
Yeah.
Like I said,
she's telling the cops, I loved him. I don't know why you guys arrested me.
And then she cut his head off and left it in a bucket. I was like, what the fuck? Like I said, if a dude did that, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. But it's like, when a woman does that, it's like, that's completely different.
And she
completely different.
She couldn't understand really why she was in trouble, because from her point of view, I loved him though. It was kind of consensual, even though he didn't consent to being killed.
Yeah, like it's very different saying it's like, it kind of choked me, like this autoerotic thing, which I don't want to do that because it just seems really dangerous.
It never even crossed my mind actually.
And it seems like it wouldn't be hot enough to justify the danger, because I'm like, I don't want to like accidentally die.
It takes a lot. Here's the thing though, and I'm going to say in their defense,
it does take a lot to.
It takes a long time to fucking strangle somebody to death.
It does, yeah.
And so you have to want to do that. And so there's no saying, well, it was an accident. It couldn't have been an accident. It takes a long time.
Because it takes a while.
Couple minutes, like 3-4 minutes.
Well, and that's the thing. That's why anytime there's, I've watched enough true crime and written about enough true crime to know, anytime somebody like takes the time to strangle a person, that's usually an indication that that's like a personal kind of, or there's some kind of sexual thing about it, because it's like it takes a very, very long time to strangle somebody to death, and it's very up close and it's very intimate. So. Yeah, but like I said, I get why some people might get off on that. I'm not shaming. I'm just saying I don't really want to do that because I wouldn't want to risk it. And I don't think it would be, I don't think, it's going to sound crass, but I don't think like the ensuing orgasm would be potent enough to justify almost dying.
No. Tom Baker's in there asking how did Herb get those bodies out of his pool and out into the woods. Well, you have to understand, I came up around those kind of houses, worked in those kind of houses. Our house is kind of like that, not quite as big, but my old buddy and boss, fucking Dr. Matt, he had a house like Herb's with the same amount of property with a bunch of horses on it. You don't realize that those houses also have barns and shit like fucking things called gators, which is like, kind of like a small 4x4. So he probably put it in some kind of little vehicle.
He might have, yeah.
Or took a ride-on lawnmower and put it on the back deck. You know what I mean? You can have little trailers.
You don't necessarily have to drag a body by hand.
Yeah, it wasn't done by hand. He probably did it with a vehicle of some sort. Some kind of maintenance vehicle that he had.
Because it was a big piece of property.
Even a small tractor could do it, no problem. So he had a way of taking them out there.
So it might have been that. But like I said, I would have to look back into, because I can't remember like all the details about his wife.
He was weak. I mean, you could literally take a ride-on lawnmower and tie it to the back of the lawnmower and around his ankle and drag that bitch using a ride-on lawnmower.
Yeah.
So, it'd be like that.
Yeah.
He probably had a four-wheeler, though.
He might have, like I said, it was a big piece of property, and a lot of people that have a big piece of property would have
fucking vehicles, like that. Dirt bikes and four wheelers and fucking gators, which is like a 4-wheel vehicle with a lawnmower motor in it and a fucking dump truck thing in the back of it is small. John Deere makes them. That was an old one during that time. They would have had shit like that. Now they have fucking bigger ones with roll cages and shit over the top of it. Something like out of Special Forces. And you can make that as a small utility vehicle for, a 5-acre property where you have little paths and shit, things you have to take care of,
Yeah, it's like it's good for like if you got to cut branches and you got to move branches somewhere or something like that.
And Dr. Matt's place had a 4-wheeler with a fucking trailer hitch on it and a fucking take around a fucking trailer on the back with fucking horse feed and fucking throw fucking hay and shit out into the fucking pastures. So he was using something like that.
Yeah, possible.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily think that he had a accomplice.
No.
But like I said.
Yeah, there's equipment on farms like that.
That he could have used something like that also. You don't just necessarily have to drag people by hand.
He had a car. That'd be plain enough. You could take a car, drag a dude in the back of the car. Or fucking just put a tie rope around his ankle and fucking tie it to the back of the car and drag him. You could do that.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Yeah. Like I said, you don't have to do it by hand.
Uh-uh.
But yeah. So, I don't know, man. What do you think? Fucking titties in resin on the mantelpiece.
It's no freakazoid from a long time ago you don't hear about. It's a good show.
Yeah, I mean...
Good show. I think his wife knew something was up, but was powerless to say anything about it.
I'm kind of, I think she probably knew. I don't know if she was entirely cognizant that, oh my God, my husband's a serial killer, or the extent of what he was doing. But I think she probably thought, man, he's up to something. But maybe she just didn't want to. Sometimes they just are just kind of like, man, I don't want to pry too much because they don't want to know. You know what I mean?
Well,
I kind of get that.
She probably thought he was fucking around with other women and hookers and fucking porn and weird shit like that. But then later on, when he says when he was asking her to burn down whole stuff with she was thinking maybe he killed some woman.
I mean, like I said, in her defense, when he called her from jail,
she did.
And was like, hey, why don't you destroy... I don't think he told her to burn down the whole garage, but he did tell her to, like, hey, destroy this and that and the other, and she didn't.
Yeah. She's like,
so she must have known. She's like, man, he did something bad.
You did something. You're going to go down. Right?
You're in jail. So it's like, no. Which, like I said, good for her, because I wouldn't fucking do that. Hey, can you just get rid of this, that, and the other thing?
Could you hide my murders for me?
Yeah. Fuck no.
I've been, not only have been cheating on you, I've been killing the chicks I'm cheating on you with, and it's been rape, and I want you to fucking.
Oh, and I also raped their dead bodies and cut their titties and feet off.
Yeah, could you hide?
Could you like help me out with that? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Sorry, accessory after the fact. Hello.
Right.
Even then, I'm still not. You know what I mean? Even if I didn't get caught, I'm still not fucking doing that. Fuck off. So you know what I mean?
All right, so that's the show. Let's shut this one down.
I know it's like
we won't be going to Circle K. I got food here if you're hungry.
Yeah, I am kind of hungry. Yeah, we don't need to go to Circle K.
No, I got all kinds of taco meat and shit.
Make some tacos. You gonna make some tacos?
I can make tacos or I make nachos. I can make.
Oh, nachos.
Yeah, all right.
Oh man, nachos.
Okay,
that sounds good. Yeah, we got all kind of stuff. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna wrap the show up for this evening. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the show. Like I said, I always like kind of doing the true crime shows, even though they're fucked up and depressing for some reason. I always like those the most. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Thank you very much for hanging out with us this evening. Thank you for your super chats. We will see you guys again on Friday night for our sidetrack show, which, as you guys know, is our drunken, no topic, whatever the fuck show, where we just drink and talk about bullshit for several hours. And it's pretty fun if you haven't been here before. So hopefully you guys can join us for that. Have a good rest of your evening. Have a good day tomorrow, and we will see you guys again on Friday night.